What if Deku joined Team JPDE Compilation? Chapters 15 to 20. Gathering intel on the enemy. Monday. Day 43. Deku still couldn't believe what happened yesterday. He was now dating Penny, Evelyn and David. Deku still didn't know how to feel about this. He felt like they should all have a sit down and talk about this and set up some boundaries. Just for now, until they got more comfortable with each other. Deku decided to push those thoughts away to focus on more pressing matters. So looking for information on the flame was a bust, David said. Barring any new dream apparitions, we can consider that trail officially cold, Jack said. The flame a cold trail? That's a laugh, Evelyn snorted. And apparently the owner of the club has retired from that kind of business. Asking Young for help proved fruitless as well, Penny said. So that leaves us with exactly nothing, Deku said. Other than to beat the streets of Vale, do it the long and old-fashioned way, Jack said. I guess we have no choice, David said. Deku's scroll then went off after receiving a message. Huh. I wonder who it could be, Deku asked, as he took his scroll out. I want to play Neo sent. Fantastic, Deku sarcastically said. Is it your secret cat admirer, Evelyn asked. Oh, the girl who physically assaulted you when you wouldn't shake her hand, Penny asked. Took her a while to call you back, Jack said. She was probably sharpening her claws, David said. I would have preferred if she never did. I'm not her cat toy, Deku said. Listen. You scratched and bit me, so unless you and your kitty claws are involved with the criminal underworld, I don't want to hear from you, Deku typed and sent. There we go. So, we should probably go around Vale bit by bit. With the 5 of us. I think we'll be able to get through one district a day, Deku said. Sound like a good plan. And this could also broaden our possibilities. Since we don't need to talk about Howard in a way related to crime, Jack said. Deku then got another message from Neo. What if I am Neo sent? She says she's involved with the criminal underworld, Deku said. Oh. What good luck, Penny said. Yes. Good luck indeed, Deku sarcastically said. Hey. Beggars can't be choosers, bucko, Evelyn said. But David is the one begging, Deku said. But you're my teammate. And teammates help each other out, David said. But we don't know if she's even telling the truth, Deku said. Which means we need to verify it firsthand, Jack said. Fine. Fine. I'll play with her, Deku said. Let's say I believe you. What do you want in return, Deku typed and sent. Meet me tomorrow evening at Junior's and we can talk more, Neo sent. Back to Junior's we go for this date, I guess, Deku said. Come on. I haven't even popped your cherry and you're already whoring yourself around, Evelyn said. Ijuku. Picking up more girls already. You're a very bad boy, David said. Okay. That's it, Deku said. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to make that. Though I do have toy you could play with to your heart's content, Deku typed and sent. Can I break it, Neo sent. Of course, you can, Deku typed and sent. Great, Neo sent. Okay. I no longer have a date, Deku said. Did you just get rid of our potentially only source of information, David asked. Nope. I don't have a date anymore. But now you do, Deku said. I do. You evil genius, Evelyn laughed. Wonderful execution, Penny laughed. What goes around, comes around, Jack laughed. Sure. Laugh it up, David said. Deku returned very late to his dorm room this night. As he entered the dorm room, he saw that the others were all asleep. He noticed that Evelyn and David had spent some quality time together and were in the bed he shared with David, so he would be sleeping in Evelyn's bed tonight. Deku then entered the kitchen and saw a meal wrapped in cling film and with a note on it. Saved you some dinner, hunky. Love, Evelyn, the note read, with a pink lipstick print on it. Deku smiled. Even though he had somehow ended up in a four-way relationship, he was willing to try to out. Though some aspects of the relationship were off the table, at least for now. Deku then heated his meal and had his dinner. He then entered the bathroom and had a shower before going to bed. Whilst Deku was sound asleep, he then felt his chest getting colder. Then he felt something moving up and down on his body. Deku then opened his eyes. As he did so, a pair of lips connected with his. He saw Evelyn on top of him. He then closed his eyes and began to kiss back. Evelyn placed her hands on Deku's left cheek and upper torso. Deku then placed his hands on Evelyn's body, but then he realized that. Evelyn then broke the kiss and sat up on Deku's crotch, showing Deku her naked body. Evelyn. What are you? Deku said, blushing heavily and covering his eyes. Good evening, hunky, Evelyn said. Why are you naked? Deku asked. So you prefer clothed sex? Evelyn asked. What? Deku asked. I do. Your busty thick girlfriend is on top of you naked. We're going to have sex, Evelyn said. But I'm not ready for that, Deku said. Well, your body says otherwise. And remove your hands from your face, Evelyn said. But you're naked, Deku said. Yeah, so. I've seen you naked. What's the big deal? Evelyn asked. I'm just not comfortable with any of this, Deku said. Fine, Evelyn said. Evelyn then leaned forward, pressing her boobs against Deku's chest. You can open your eyes now, Evelyn said. Deku slowly opened his, whilst he was still very uncomfortable seeing Evelyn naked. This was better. So, when are you going to be ready? Because I really want to do it with you and make up for my mistake, Evelyn said. Sorry, but I just don't feel ready, Deku said. Evelyn sighed. I figured, Evelyn said. This is the reason why you got me to drink, isn't it? Deku asked. Yeah. I wanted to make sure you wouldn't chicken out. Sorry about that, Evelyn said. It's fine. Just right now. I don't feel ready to have sex yet, Deku said. That's a good sign at least. Though please don't take too long, Evelyn said. No promises, Deku said. Oh, Evelyn said. Seeing how dejected Evelyn was, Deku came up with an idea. Hey. I have an idea for what we could do instead, Deku said. Really? What is it? Evelyn asked. As much as I may come to regret this. Every time you want to do it together, I'll make a note of it for later when I'm ready. And instead, we could cuddle and kiss, Deku said. Are you really sure you want to give me that power? Evelyn asked. No. But I trust you won't abuse it, Deku said. Okay, deal. So shall we get started? Evelyn asked. Can you put on some clothes first? Deku asked. Keep your top off and I'll put on my bra and panties, Evelyn said. That's the best I'm gonna get, isn't it? Deku asked. Yep, Evelyn said. Evelyn then hopped out of bed and walked to where her underwear rested on the floor, swaying her hips seductively as she walked. Deku wanted to look away, but he couldn't. He watched Evelyn slowly and seductively put on her panties and bra. She then looked at Deku staring and gave a devilish look. She then ran and jumped into bed with Deku, and they began their passionate night of kisses and cuddles, until they fell asleep. Tuesday. Day 44. After lessons had ended, Deku had decided to try and get Blake to relax. He had decided to call her. I heard you, Blake said. Hello, Blake. A good afternoon to you too, Deku said. I heard you and Young talking before class, Blake said. So Young was right. You were going to skip breakfast, Deku said. That's not important, Blake said. Well, if it's not important, why did you not come to class, then Deku asked. Blake didn't respond. Blake, I don't claim to know you better than your partner or yourself, but we both know you're smarter than this, Deku said. This is not a matter of brain. It's a matter of being prepared, Blake said. By overstressing yourself physically and mentally, Deku asked. Someone has to pick up the slack of the rest of Remnant, Blake said. Seems like we're talking in circles, Deku said. Kind of, Blake said. So, what do you want to talk about, Deku asked. Excuse me, Blake asked. I don't think I can change your mind, so talking about it just puts more stress on you. Thus, let's talk about something else, Deku said. Something else? But what, Blake asked. Whatever. Like. Have you ever seen the sea? I mean from a beach, not the Vale docks. I've always liked the beach, Deku said. I was born near the sea, actually, Blake said. Really, Deku asked. Yes. The village I lived in when I was young was on the coast. The water is beautiful there. If a bit cold, Blake said. What was the beach like, Deku asked. What was it like, Blake asked. Yes. Was it covered in sand or rocks? And what did it feel like, Deku asked. It was sand. Back home it was a fine powder. Feel very nice between your toes, except when it's midday, Blake said. Yeah. So you like the beach, Deku asked. Yes, but I mean, I like taking baths and all. But, what I liked most was dozing in the sun. Letting the water dry on me. Curled up on a beach towel, Blake said. This made Deku think about how cat-like Blake sounded and that her now does actually look like a pair of cat ears. That's a weird way of dozing off, Deku said. Blake didn't respond. Blake, Deku asked. Blake didn't respond again. Deku then brought his scroll back to his ear and listened closely. All he heard was soft, rhythmic breathing. Deku then realized that Blake had fallen asleep. He smiled as he ended the call. Team Jade had now gone to Junior's club for David's date with Neo. You're thinking there's less of an opportunity for her to do anything with this many people, right? Jack asked. I wish. She tackled Deku in broad daylight in the middle of the street, remember? But with this many people she won't have enough space, maybe, David said. But she is very small. She doesn't need as much space as others. She's perfect in this environment, Deku said. Crap. You should be doing this since you are smaller than me and have a better chance of seeing her in a crowd, David said. This is your punishment though for that comment, Deku said. Then why haven't you punished Evelyn, David asked. Anything I do to punish her would make things worse, Deku said. Fair point, David said. Anyway, calm down. We'll be watching, remember? And you're a hunter in training, getting stronger by the day. You should be able to handle her, Jack said. David then entered the club and looked for Neo. Deku had given a description of what David looked like to Neo. He just hoped he found her before she found him. David was then kicked in the calf. David turned to see Neo standing behind him, with a pout on her face. Ouch. It's nice to meet you, Neo, David said. Neo taps her feet on the ground twice and stares at David. David realized he walked right past her without seeing her. Sorry. I was distracted, David said. Neo's face went from pouting to anger. Look, I'm really sorry. But you told my teammate about your connections. And I'm in trouble, so I was thinking about that, David said. Neo gave a knowing smile. You actually know something about what's happening around me, don't you, David asked. Neo laughs for a brief moment before raising her right hand, index finger stretched out and waving left to right. I see. So, what do you want me to do? David asked. She laughs again before grabbing onto his right hand, and then drags David over to the dance floor. Evelyn and Penny were watching David and Neo from the second floor balcony. Everything seems to be going well so far, Evelyn said. Indeed. The approach wasn't exactly optimal, but the meeting seems to be proceeding normally, Penny said. Yeah. Dancing is no big deal. Even though, she's not that, Evelyn said. Neo then stepped on David's foot. Oh wow. She's really not good, Evelyn said. Neo then stepped off David's foot again, even harder than before. She's a terrible dancer, Evelyn said. Now I understand why she had to resort to blackmail to find a dancing partner, Penny said. Deku and Jack were watching them from the bar. Neo then stepped on David again. Oh, well. And here I thought my Jack said. Neo then stepped on David's feet multiple times. Ouch. I think I should have given him my iron souls, Deku said. I hope whatever information she has is worth it, partner Jack said. After a long and painful time dancing, David and Neo were now off the dance floor. David's feet hurt all over. David risked having to fight 4 people on the dance floor, and he was also elbowed in the stomach. So, had fun? David asked. Neo nods with what seems to be a genuine smile. That's good. But I should go. It's a school day, David said. Neo pouts. Oh, don't be like that. I'm a student, remember? And anyway, now it's your turn to hold up your part of the deal. What do you know about Howard? Neo David asked. Neo sighs and looks at David in a displeased way. But she nods and holds up her scroll. David smiles as Neo begins typing. Finally found you, a voice said. A girl with mint green hair and red eyes walked up to them. Neo's mood soured immediately when she appeared. They sent me to grab you. Remember that thing you were supposed to be there for? It's currently underway, the girl said. Neo pouted. Look, were it up to me, you could just do whatever you want. But he said something about a feeling and that you would understand what that means, the girl said. Neo gave in. I'll be. That actually worked, the girl asked. Neo then put her scroll away and began to follow the girl. Let's go, then. I'm one other guy trying to hit on me, away from, the girl said. Now wait just a goddamned minute, here, David shouted. What? the girl said. In case you weren't paying attention, Neo and I were talking about something, here, David said. One of those guys, huh? Look, you're definitely barking up the wrong tree here, trust me, the girl said. Have you ever danced with her? David asked. Excuse me, the girl said. I did. For the last 2 hours, David said. Eh? Good for you, the girl said. My feet hurt. People were injured. I may have a cracked rib, David said. Cracked, eh? What kind of dancing does that? the girl asked. Hers. And I endured it all for the opportunity to ask her something, David shouted. I'm warning you. Get out of my face, or the girl said. Then you come in, David said. Where? Your hands, the girl said. And you want her to leave with you just as she was about to tell me, David shouted. Let go of my shoulders, the girl said. Not a chance in, David shouted. I said to let go, you moron, the girl shouted. The girl then punched David in the face, knocking him out. Ow. Did someone get the license plate? David asked. Sorry, was too busy checking on your unconscious form, partner Jack said. Ah. Jack. What? David said. Mocha skin, green hair, red eyes, Jack said. Oh, Gods damn it. Where's Neo? David shouted. Left with her, Deku said. David was about to swear. Don't worry. My scroll went off while you recovered. Haven't read it yet though, Deku said. Thank gods, David said. Deku then took out his scroll and began reading the message Neo sent. That was hilarious. Never seen that little Marciato lose her cool before like that, before. Tell you partner, he was pretty funny looking. I had fun with that tour, but next time I want you, and I won't let you escape. As promised, here's what I know about the Faunus guy who came to us asking questions about Blondie. Well, about the meteor and the crater. We didn't really know there was a kid until we investigated. Anyway, I don't really know the guy that well. But apparently, he's working with a former associate of my partner. A guy named Weza Van Gertie, Neo sent. Weza Van Gertie, Deku said. Weza Van Gertie. Who's that? David asked. It's a name. We got a name of who's after you, Deku said. Some progress, finally Jack said. I never met the guy but I know a few things. First, my partner believed Weza was dead before Howard contacted him. Also, he called him quite useful, which means he must be kind of smart. And lastly, when my partner started working with him, Weza was a third year at Beacon, Neo sent. Ijuku. You okay there? You look like you've seen a ghost, Jack said. Beacon, Deku said. What about Beacon? David asked. This Weza. One of Howard's partners. He was in Beacon, Deku said. A former student from Beacon is, Jack said. After me, David said. Deku nodded. Couple of years later, when the guy graduated, he left Vale. My partner never saw him again, which is why he thought he was dead. Just up and left without telling anyone, and he never popped up in any of the Four Kingdoms again, as far as we know. If this Weza is still alive after 3 years in the wilds. You guys caught the attention of quite an interesting guy. Anyway, from now on I'm going to be quite busy. But I had fun. This doesn't mean though you have escaped me though. I still want to play with you, Neo sent. We should get Penny and Evelyn before we discuss this further, Jack said. Yeah, David said. Wednesday. Day 45. How did you like the new oatmeal? Evelyn asked. It wasn't as tasty as the other brand. But adding some honey should fix that problem. The other brand didn't really go well with honey, so I guess it's a tie, Deku said. I know, right? Like pouring cotton candy on more cotton, Evelyn said. You explain yourself, Young shouted. Young. What's wrong? Deku asked. Are you a hypnotist? Sleeping gas? Magic? Young asked. What? Young, could you start making sense? What happened? Deku asked. What happened is that we've been trying to get Blake to take a real break with no results for weeks, now, Weiss said. And Evelyn asked. And yesterday we go back to our dorm and we find Blake napping, Ruby said. In the afternoon, Weiss said. Without opening a school book, Young said. And she slept all day, Ruby said. And only woke up for dinner, Weiss said. And her scroll had a suspended call from your scroll, Young said. So what did you do? The 3 members of Team RWBY asked. Honestly. It was just dumb luck, Deku said. The hell do you mean dumb luck? Young asked. Honest to God. I was just chatting with her on a call, talking about this and that, and I guess I invoked a relaxing memory for her, Deku said. It's not fair. Why couldn't we be that lucky? Ruby asked. Probably because you worry too much about her. Not without cause, I mean. I guess the thing is, I'm not in the loop to what's happening. I help her with relaxing. Which is something you can't do, Deku said. You make it sound like we're not good teammates, Weiss said. I didn't mean to, Deku said. Calm down, Aiju. They get what you mean, Evelyn said. Alright, lesson's about to start. We can discuss it more later. But Aijuku, whatever you are doing, keep doing it, Young said. I will, Deku said. That's enough. Mr. Dik Begis's aura is in the red, Glinda said. Something weighing on your mind, Ren asked. Yes. It shows, how David said. It does. But you recognized your mistakes and the reason for it on your own. Amateurs do not why they are, so that's a sign of progress, Ren said. Hey. Thanks, Ren, David said. If only he knew that half the reason is because of your feet, Evelyn said. I know, right? Jack isn't back yet, how David said. No. She told us to go and wait in the cafeteria and wait while she finishes with the headmaster if she isn't back at the end of lessons, Penny said. All right, David said. For our final match of the day. Mr. Wukong vs Mr. Midoriya, Glinda said. I'm up. I'll be heading straight for the showers afterwards. So don't wait for me, Deku said. We'll grab you lunch, Evelyn said. Thanks, Evelyn, Deku said. No. No. That's not right, Evelyn said. Deku sighed. Thanks. Babe, Deku said. You're welcome, honey, Evelyn said. Good luck, boyfriend, Penny said. After Deku's match he hit the showers. Alright. Time to eat. Wonder what my girlfriend's got me. Still can't believe this happened, Deku said. Probably food. Unless your semblance allows you otherwise. Also, what this about girlfriends? Stutter voice asked. Deku turned around to see a girl with peach-colored hair and in a white or grey uniform. Well, anyone can eat stuff that is not food. It's more about whether you survive, Deku said. Fair enough. And I must say your combat professor is strict. I thought my professor back in Atlas was strict, but after seeing Riding Crop, I'm glad I'm not a full-time student here, the girl said. Oh, you're from Atlas. One of my teammates is from Atlas as well, Deku said. Oh, I know. She's actually why I approached you, honestly. My name is Nyan Kat, Nyan said. Aijuku Midoriya. So you know Penny, Deku asked. Not personally. But I'm on a super secret mission to get some information for her, Nyan said. A secret mission? And why can't you tell her directly, Deku asked. Because there's the risk that General Ironwood may get to know about it too, Nyan said. I see. Who is the information from? And why did they give it to you, Deku asked. It's from Penny's father. You should have seen my face when my scroll went off with an unknown number. I was like, who are you and how do you get my number? Are you a stalker? And, he contacted me because General Ironwood doesn't take me seriously, Nyan said. Huh? Why doesn't he take you seriously? I mean, each school handpicked only a handful of teams, so that means your team is exceptional, no, Deku asked. Yeah, but the general thinks that my team got to where it is despite me, not with me. Oh, but I'll show him. I'll show everyone. Anyway, ready to memorize. They are 2 sentences. I don't really understand the sense myself, but it sounded important, Nyan said. Okay. What is the super secret message, Deku asked. Alright. The first sentence is the one you need to keep from Penny as well. It says the limit is 3 minutes, Nyan said. The limit is 3 minutes, Deku asked. And the second sentence is. The sandwiches are no longer safe, Nyan said. This makes even less sense, but I guess it will for Penny. Although, why should I keep the second message a secret from her, Deku asked. I don't think so. Well. I think it's something that she needs to know, but wouldn't be able to keep a secret. So. Maybe it's something you need to tell her when she needs to know, Nyan said. So. When am I supposed to tell her? Deku asked. Beats me. I don't even know what he was talking about, Neon said. So it's up for me to decide when the time is right, Deku said. Try not to dwell on it though. If you do that, you'll become Beowulf's lunch, Neon said. Yeah. Though they won't get any nutrients eating me now. You coming? Deku asked. Oh, you don't know the half of it. Love handles, here we come, Neon said. As Deku and Neon went to the mess hall, Jack had finished talking to Ozpin. And that's the end of it, sir. Our attacker let it slip that High Leader is a Beacon graduate, so that at least gives us something to go on, Jack said. Vangerty, Ozpin said. Headmaster, sir, this is getting more serious than we thought it could be, Jack said. Indeed it has. I won't go as far as saying that any hunter who has trained in Beacon has gone on to grow into a morally outstanding person. But this is unprecedented, Ozpin said. Sire, I doubt this has been a recent change. Maybe we will be able to find some hints in his file in the student archives. I figured you'd keep some sort of archive, sir. It was an easy guess, Jack said. That's not what my surprise is for, Miss Ivory. I'm sorry to say, those archives are off limits to you and your team, Ozpin said. Headmaster, I understand the need for privacy and secrecy, but it is just the one file. We won't go rummaging through the archives, Jack said. I appreciate your consideration, Miss Ivory, but what I mean is, you and your team are to stop researching Weza Vangerty and his association with Mr. Dik Begis altogether, Ozpin said. Sir, with all due respect, I need a good explanation, Jack said. When I first accepted Mr. Dik Begis and Miss Polendina into Beacon, I did so for 3 reasons. One was to give you and Miss Damarot teammates to better integrate you into the student populace. The second was because I had suspicious about Mr. Dik Begis's origins. The third is not for your ears. But with each new details revealed his nature, I now understand that none of my theories apply. Mr. Dik Begis's nature is completely uncharted territory for me, his enemies complete unknowns. And that has never happened before. Not with things tied to the past of Remnant, Ozpin said. Sir, that's precisely why we need to research more intel. That's what you have the orphans for, Jack said. Indeed. But Miss Polendina, Mr. Dik Begis and Mr. Midoriya are not orphans. We cannot risk their lives, Ozpin said. Sir, you can try that on someone not involved. Their lives are already at risk. We've been attacked. Evelyn almost died, Jack said. Because you were training without supervision outside school grounds. As long as you avoid straying outside our protection, no further harm will come to you, Ozpin said. Or we will be caught ungraded, pants around our ankles, Jack said. It will not be left alone, Miss Ivory. The topic will simply receive attention at a later date, after we've cleared up another incoming situation, Ozpin said. Oh, really? That sounds fantastic. Except for the part where Howard was able to move in and out of Beacon as he wanted. I do not trust the faculty's ability to protect us while we sit on our ass, Headmaster. But I acquiesce. Fine, keep your archives. I will go inform my team of your decision, Jack said. Dismissed, Ozpin said. Jack then left Ozpin's office. Indeed. And that is why I don't need you brining further attention and enemies my way, Miss Ivory, Ozpin said. Deku entered the amphitheater to see Pyrrha, cutting a dummy into pieces. Deku then noticed, what he counted as 50 dummies all destroyed in a pile. Pyrrha then threw her latest victim into the pile. He then noticed that Pyrrha seemed to be angry. Hey Pyrrha. Is everything okay? Deku asked. Oh, hi Izuku. And no, everything is not okay, Pyrrha said. What's the problem? Deku asked. Jung, Pyrrha said. Oh. Is the training not going well? Deku asked. No. It's actually going very well. Actually, now that I think about it. It's me that's the problem, Pyrrha said. Is this about your crush on him, Deku asked. Yes. I just can't keep this up. I mean waiting for the end of the year. I don't know if I can wait that long. But I still don't want to confess in fear he'll reject me, Pyrrha said. I see. Have you tried making him fall in love with you, Deku asked. Yes, I have actually. Evelyn and David gave me some advice, but suffice to say it hasn't been working. I've tried many things to make him look at me differently, but I get nothing. It just really annoys me, Pyrrha said. I see. And that's why you are taking your frustrations out on the dummies, Deku said. Yeah, Pyrrha said. Tell you what. Why don't you take your frustrations out on me, Deku said. I can't do that. You shouldn't have offered to do that at all, Pyrrha said. Well, it's better than destroying 51 dummies and explaining to Professor Goodwixth why they are all destroyed, Deku said. You have a point, Pyrrha said. And I'll be here listening to all your problems and try to help you through them, Deku said. You know what? I'll take you up on that, Pyrrha said. Good. Let's start now, Deku said. Pyrrha and Deku then started to fight. Pyrrha didn't say a word throughout the fight. A while later the sun had set, and they decided to call it quits for today. The two then began to head to the school showers to wash up. Thanks, Izuku, I really needed that, Pyrrha said. No problem. Call me whenever you need to blow off steam, Deku said. I will. Thank you again, Izuku, Pyrrha said. The two then arrived at the changing rooms and went inside. Little did they know that Jaun had saw them walking together and had heard what they were saying. Welcome back, Izuku, Penny said. Hey, Penny, Deku said. The others are finishing with the dishes in the kitchen, Penny said. I see. Speaking of cooking, Penny, I have a message from your father, Deku said. My father. But how did he contact you, Penny asked. That's not important. He wanted me to tell you this. The sandwiches are no longer safe, Deku said. Oh. I see, Penny said. Is something wrong? What does it mean, Deku asked. It's about a loss of privacy. It's nothing too bad, but Penny said. The general controls your communications, Deku asked. Not exactly. It's just that he has the only means of contacting my father, but in front of the general I can't talk to him as I'd like to, Penny said. I see. I'm sorry, Penny, Deku said. For what? You had no hand in this, Penny said. But I can see that it makes you sad. And I don't like seeing you sad, Deku said. Well. Maybe you could, Penny said. Sorry, Penny, but whatever you wanted to ask him to do will have to wait for after I'm asleep, Jack said. It was nothing overtly sexual, Penny said. You sure? I thought you were finally ready, Evelyn said. No, I just wanted. Maybe a hug, Penny said. In case, feel free to do it while I'm awake as well, Jack said. I wouldn't have done anything sexual anyways. Though for me and David are a different story, Evelyn said. Carrots, don't you even? Oh, what's the point? Just keep it down, Jack said. I can't promise that, David said. Better get to bed quickly, Jackie, Evelyn said. Returning to the matter at hand, the headmaster denied me access to the student archives, Jack said. Typical, Evelyn said. He denied us, Penny asked. But why, David asked. He wants to handle the investigation on his own, since a Beacon alumnus is involved. Also, it seems like we've reached a point where even he can't predict what's going to happen next. We're in completely uncharted territory, Jack said. I can see that, but we're directly involved in this. Our lives have already been placed in danger and we can't know anything about this guy. We can't stay on the defensive, David said. Looks like that's exactly what he wants us to do. I didn't tell him about our source, though, Jack said. Good. I mean, David said. I can't say I approve of this course of action, Penny said. I agree. What is he thinking? Deku asked. He's probably thinking, OD, what it'd look like if it got out that a former Beacon student is behind attacks on current Beacon students, Evelyn said. And that he had affiliations with the criminal underworld when he was still in school, Jack said. Affiliations that I bet went completely unnoticed. So he prefers to sweep as much as he can under the rug to save face, David said. More than that, the headmaster seems to already have his attention on something else. So, he will not do anything that may bring more on his table, Jack said. Where does that leave us? Penny asked. One thing we can do is look up his old address in Vale, Jack said. His old address? Evelyn asked. Oh, of course, Penny said. Care to elaborate? Deku asked. As hands-off as Ozpin can be, I doubt he would fail to notice one of his students coming and going to Vale regularly, oftentimes staying out till the crack of dawn. If not him, Professor Goodwitch surely would, Jack said. So it's safe to assume that he wasn't living in the dormitories at the time, Penny said. Yeah. So I was thinking that on Sunday, we could look it up in Vale. If he was renting an apartment, he must have left a trace, Jack said. But even if we find his old apartment, what would we even do with it? Evelyn asked. Some neighbors who may remember him, maybe something left that wasn't removed by new tenants. It's a long shot, but it's the only one we have, barring having a forceful look at the school archive, Jack said. Which I doubt we would even be able to accomplish, David said. Thursday. Day 46. The general feelings of the students seem to be split about this, Professor Penny said. I know, right? Maybe she's really strict. Stricter than Professor Goodwitch, Deku said. Professor Peach then entered the classroom. A good morning to all of you, children. Let me begin by saying, it's good to be back, Peach said. Welcome back, Professor Peach, Weiss said. Thanks, Miss Schnee. And Miss Rose, I see you're looking as glum as ever at the prospect of my lessons, Peach said. Sorry, Professor. I just ate something bad at breakfast, Ruby said. Miss Rose. You couldn't lie, save your life. Never change. Unless you have to. Also, Miss Goodwitch told me that 5 new students joined while I was on leave. May I ask Team Jade to stand up, Peach said. Jack, Evelyn and Deku stand up, and so do Penny and David, who are a few rows in front. She observes them for a few seconds, without asking them to introduce themselves. You're certainly a colorful agglomerate. Like crystals of raw dust. Have you managed to catch up with the rest of the class? Peach asked. Yes, Miss Peach. The other students have been very helpful in that regard, Jack said. Weiss in particular was very kind to me and David, Deku said. Deku see Weiss' eyes widen and her mouth also beams. Very good. Which means we can go even further now, and explore the mysteries of dust, Peach said. The mysteries of dust? David asked. Indeed, Mr. Dik Begis. I guess that my substitute has gotten you used to a normal curriculum, didn't he? Textbook study on the nature of dust and its various uses on the battlefield. My lessons are a bit different. And they are also the reason why Miss Rose can't be 100% happy about my return, despite being a sweetheart, Peach said. That's not true, Ruby said. I must insist, Miss Rose. If you were sugar content in an alcoholic beverage, you'd make it a health hazard, Peach said. Penny, what the hell does that mean? David asked. The potency of alcoholic beverages depends on their sugar content. So by making it a health hazard, we can surmise that Ruby is the equivalent of a great amount of sugar, Penny said. Oh, David said. Weiss, what do I say? Ruby asked. You smile and take the compliment, dunce, Weiss said. Now, Miss Schnee, she's not that dense. My metaphors aren't for everyone, Peach said. I so need to write this down, Blake said. Anyway, for today we'll forego practice. Let's see where you got with the curriculum, Peach said. Dust class had now ended. So, thought David asked. She seems competent, and affable. Witty but not in a nasty way, Jack said. This is the first time I've heard about practice in dust classes for hunters. Dust usage is covered in combat class, Penny said. And I loved how she managed to compliment and insult people in the same sentence. That takes skill, Evelyn said. I like her clothes. They are very different compared to the other teachers. What? They are nice clothes, Deku said. Not the point, partner, Jack said. I'm glad to know you find my fashion sense aesthetically pleasing, Mr. Midoriya, Peach said. Hello, Professor, Deku said, blushing. Sorry for putting you on the spot like that. Awful timing on my part, Peach said. On the contrary, I'd call it perfect, Evelyn said. Shut up, Evelyn, Deku said. Anyway, I wanted to know if you'd like to have lunch with me, Team JPDE, Peach said. Don't teachers have their own lodge, Jack asked. Indeed. But just like you had to catch up on the curriculum, I have a responsibility to catch up on knowing my students. Also, I can't deny being curious about you lot. Glinda only briefly at your situation, but it sounds intriguing, Peach said. I see. We'd be more than happy to have you, Professor, Jack said. Excellent. I will reach you in a couple minutes, got a blackboard to tidy up, Peach said. This could actually be to our advantage, Jack said. I concur, Penny said. She seems more at ease in mingling with students, David said. Hopefully she's not in the grey-haired assholes in a circle, Evelyn said. Considering her personality, I doubt she would be in his inner circle, Deku said. How have you already learned to talk like her, Evelyn asked. What, Deku asked. What you said could be considered an insult to Professor Peach's mental age, Penny said. I didn't mean it like that, Deku said. Deku was walking through the beacon halls at night, returning to his dorm from the library. As he walked, he heard something. Hi, Izuku, a Faunus girl said, as she passed him on her roller skates. Ha, Deku said. Why is he serious? You've never seen a pair of rollerblades, the girl asked. I have seen rollerblades. I'm more wondering who you are, Deku said. Say what? What do you mean you don't? Oh, wait. It's not that you don't know me, it's that you don't recognize me, the girl said. So we've met before, Deku asked. What if I tell you that the sandwiches aren't safe, the girl said. The sandwiches, Deku said, as he remembered who gave him that message. Oh my god, you're Nyan Cat, Deku asked. The one and only Nyan said. Deku could believe that this girl was Nyan. Her change was so drastic from when they met the first time. So, what are you doing skating around the halls at night, Deku asked. Getting some training in, Nyan said. So your weapons are rollerblades, Deku asked. No, but they are a part of my fighting style, Nyan said. I see. But how do you deal with anything that isn't paved? As soon as you go onto grass, you'll fall over, Deku said. Observant. I have a way around that, though. Don't worry, Nyan said. I see. So your fighting style relies on rollerblades, Deku asked. And one more thing. Although it's hard to get some real practice in for that. I mean, I can do it on my own, but you can't really value the efficiency without a partner, you know, Nyan said. You mean you can't find someone to help you with that? Not even your teammates, Deku asked. Yup. They tried but they couldn't take it, Nyan said. How so, Deku asked. Well, I guess people don't like getting insulted. But that's the whole point, Nyan said. I see why it can be a bit to trouble. In fact, one of my friends from back home would insult others on the regular. Even when not fighting. And it's where my nickname Deku comes from, Deku said. So you are familiar with the art of trash-talking, Nyan asked. I guess. But I can't see how it help in a fight. I mean Bakugo would just shout insults at us, but that didn't do anything, Deku said. I could say the same about your dick and your bedroom performance, Nyan said. Excuse me, Deku said. An opening, Nyan said. Nyan then went to hit Deku, but he caught her arm before she could hit him. Sorry, but you'll need to monkey around more to be effective on me, Deku said. I'm a cat faunus, Nyan shouted. Oh. Then that's what the blades are actually for, running away like the pussy you are, Deku said. You racist little, Nyan shouted. Nyan's legs were then swept out from under her and Deku pushed her to the ground. Left yourself open there twice, Deku said. Nyan's eyes widened as she realized what Deku did. That was very fucking good. Have you done this before, Nyan asked. No, I just came up with that on the spot, Deku said. Well. Maybe you have a hidden talent for it. You know what would be up for help me practice my trash talking, Nyan asked. Sure, why not? Giving it a try won't be that bad, Deku said. Great. Let's exchange scroll number, Nyan said. The two then pulled out their scrolls and exchanged contacts. Now. When you're ready to start, come find me in the amphitheater at night, Nyan said. Okay. I'll see you around. Monkey, Deku said. Oh, I'll get you back. I just need to find a good insult, Nyan said. Might be hard for a cat though. They do lie around a lot, Deku said. Got me again, Deku, Nyan said. The two then went their separate ways. Friday. Day 47. Deku still couldn't believe the relationship he was in. He had gone from no girlfriend to having two overnight, and a boyfriend. Deku didn't know if he swung that way, but neither did the girls with each other. So. He didn't know what to think. All he knew was that he loved and cared for all of them. Okay, done returning the book to the library. Let's go, Evelyn said. David and Deku had joined Evelyn as she returned a book to the library. The three began to walk off when I found you, Gwen shouted. A good afternoon to the three of you, Octavia said. Yeah, what? What, she said. Hi, Gwen said. Good afternoon, Deku said. Hello, Gwen. Oh, Katvia, David said. Javu. You have a habit for making weird entrances, don't you, Evelyn said. Phew, that she does. You should see her fighting. Anyway, that's not what we're here for today. Right, Octavia said. Right. First of all, I apologize. I didn't even introduce myself last time. My name is Gwen Darcy, Gwen said. And I'm Octavia Ember. Nice to meet you, Octavia said. David. Dik Begis. A pleasure, David said. Ijuku Midori, Deku said. Evelyn Damarot. So, now that introductions are out of the way, what can we do for you, Evelyn asked. Date, Gwen said. Excuse me, David, Evelyn and Deku said. What Gwen is trying to say is, she's here to collect on that date, Octavia said. Gwen, right. I'm sorry, but there seems to be, Evelyn said. Oh, I know, it was dreadful of her to just run after getting an agreement. But success kind of floored her, you know. After so many rejections, Octavia said. So many. How many rejections are we talking about, here, David asked. What does that, Evelyn said. 50, Gwen said. Would you excuse us on minute, Evelyn asked. Of course. Take all the time you need, Octavia said. Evelyn, Deku and David then entered a nearby classroom. I know what you're thinking. Stop it, Evelyn said. I'm not really thinking about anything except 50 times, David said. Do you think it was by 50 different people, Deku asked. I don't know and I don't want to know. Anyway, You can't go on a date with her just because you feel sorry for her, okay, Evelyn said. Evelyn, I wasn't going to, David said. Oh, good. Because that'd be bad. Even though you might feel sorry for her. And despite the fact that, even though she was a nervous wreck, Evelyn said before starting to mumble. Evelyn, David said. He changed his mind, I know, Gwen said. Nonsense, just give them a few more seconds, and Octavia said. David, Evelyn and Deku then came out of the classroom. So, about that date. When would be a god day for you, David asked. For real, Gwen asked. This hunk is all yours for the taking. I've got my hunk right here, Evelyn said, latching onto Deku's arm, and kissing him on the cheek. Yeah. Of course. You're not going to run away again, are you, David asked. Who? Me? Of course not, Gwen stuttered. What about you just exchange scroll numbers for now? You don't have to decide on the spot, Octavia said. Right. Shall we, Gwen asked. Of course, David said. David and Gwen then went to exchange scroll numbers. Thanks for cooperation, Octavia said, and then she went to Gwen. I do, Evelyn said. Yes, Evelyn, Deku asked. Add 2 rounds, Evelyn said. Okay. Do you also want to go back to our room for cuddles, Deku asked. Yes. And lots of kisses, Evelyn said. After Gwen and David exchanged scroll numbers, Evelyn and Deku went back to their room and spent the evening cuddling and kissing. Night had now fallen, and Penny, Evelyn and Deku were on the balcony. Deku was sitting on a chair, with Evelyn sitting on him, at 90 degrees. So, Evelyn. Mind explaining why you insisted I go on a date with Gwen, David asked. Well. I just felt bad for her, considering. You thought it was just a joke, some kind of dare. But still, you did agree to it before we got together, no, Evelyn said. That's true, but David said. I mean, I can't imagine what it must feel like, being rejected by 50 different boys. I bet that once she got over the surprise, this must mean a lot to her, Evelyn said. Yes, it probably does, but... Evelyn, are you absolutely sure about this, David asked. Yes. I am, Evelyn said. And what about you two, David asked. If Evelyn is okay with it, so am I, Penny said. I'm okay with it, but David. What are your feelings on the matter, Deku asked. Well, I guess I also feel bad for her, so. As long as you all are okay with it, David said. I am. I swear. Knock yourself out. But don't be too harsh on her, Evelyn said. Sure, David said. David then went back into their room. So you're not going to share your deep-seated feeling of insecurity with him, Penny asked. I don't have anything like that, Evelyn said. Don't lie to yourself, Evelyn. Why else did we spend the evening together, Deku asked. Because you're my boyfriend, duh. No insecurities whatsoever, Evelyn said. I think you do. Your vitals tell me that you're not at all comfortable with the thought of David going on a date with this Gwen. So, if you are, what makes you push yourself to tell him otherwise and allow this to happen, Penny asked. I do, Evelyn said. Yes, Evelyn. Do you think I may have come on too strong with you, and by extension David? When the girl Gwen asked you out on a date. Even though she thought we were dating, I think I may have panicked, thinking I'll miss my chance. Now I do regret what I did at the party, but I don't regret what happened afterwards. Maybe, if I had gone about it normally, instead of just shoving my tongue down of your throat, we wouldn't be together, right now. Granted, shoving my tongue into David's throat as well, wasn't a great move, but still. I didn't want to miss my chance, Evelyn said. You got scared, Penny asked. Yes. But that's no excuse, is it? I mean, this girl has had more rejections than I've had colds. And yet she's still Evelyn said. I see. While you execution of your plan. In both regards to getting me drunk to get me more agreeable with your plan. And then going over to David. I honestly think you did come on a bit too strong, Deku said. Do you hate me for this? Evelyn asked. No, Deku said. So, in the spirit of fairness, you want both David and Gwen to experience a normal date of theirs? Penny asked. Yes, Evelyn said. I see. But why haven't you shared this with David? I'm sure he'd understand, Penny said. Because I'm afraid he'd agree. Just like you, I do, Evelyn said, crying. Penny. Would you give us some time? Deku asked. Of course, Penny said. Penny then went inside, leaving Deku and Evelyn alone. Evelyn. While I do have to admit that you did come on fair to strong. Especially for me. I don't think of you as a bad person for that. You just wanted to make sure you wouldn't miss your chance. So you accelerated your plans. And though things didn't go to plan, things worked out in the end, didn't they? Deku said. Yeah. And what does that have to do with this? Evelyn asked. I think this will work out between you and David, Deku said. I hope you're right, Evelyn said. Now let's go back inside, Deku said. Actually. Could you add another round? Evelyn asked. You really are a rabbit, Deku said. The ears are not just for show, Evelyn said. Deku and Evelyn began to make out on the balcony. They then continued in Evelyn's bed, and leaving some marks on each other's bodies, before they went to bed, snuggling. Saturday. Day 48. Deku woke up, still in bed with Evelyn from their night of kisses and snuggles. Deku then went to get out of bed, but Evelyn latched onto him. No. Don't go. I want more snuggles, Evelyn said, still half asleep. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to get out of bed anytime soon, without waking up the sexy bunny next to him, Deku decided to snuggle back up with Evelyn and go back to sleep. A while later, Deku felt something on his body. No, someone. Evelyn. We talked about this, Deku said, his eyes still shut. But I'm not Evelyn, and what did you talk about? A female voice asked. Deku recognized their voice. Deku opened his eyes to see Nora sitting on top of him. Nora, Deku shouted. Hey Deku, Nora said. What? What are you doing in my team's dorm? And what are you on top of me? Deku asked. Because I needed to wake you up. And you weren't waking up the other ways I tried. That answers my second question. But why are you here? Deku asked. You see, Nora said. A few minutes earlier. What? Nora shouted. Nora. Indoor voice please, Ren said. What do you mean you can't teach me the pancake recipe? Nora asked. I'm very sorry, Nora. But I forgot I had already made plans for today. But I promise you, first thing tomorrow, I'll teach you my pancake recipe, Ren said. Okay, Nora said. Are you mad? Ren asked. I could never be mad at you, Rennie. It's just that I was looking forward for today, but I guess I can wait one more day, Nora said. Well, there is another way for you to learn, Ren said. How? I don't know the recipe, Nora said. That's true. But I'm not the only one that knows, Ren said. Back to the present. And so, you see. You're gonna teach me how to cook Ren's pancakes, Nora said. So you broke into my team's room just so that you could ask me to teach you how to make pancakes, Deku asked. Hey. I did not break into your room. The door was unlocked and open when I arrived, Nora said. I guess one of the others left the door open, Deku said. So. Are we just gonna sit here or are we going to make pancakes? Nora asked. Deku sighed. Go into the kitchen and prepare, while I get up and dress, Deku said. Okay, Nora said. Nora then jumped off Deku, picked up a bag full of pancake ingredients, and skipped over to the kitchen. "She's very energetic," Deku said. Deku then got out of bed, making sure not to wake Evelyn, and gave her a pillow to cuddle. He then entered the bathroom. He washed up and got dressed. As he exited the bathroom, he noticed he had a text message from Ren. "Sorry for putting you on the spot with Nora. And also, sorry for later," Ren texted. "What does that mean?" Deku texted. "You will find out at your expenses," Ren texted. Nora then came out of the kitchen. "Kitchen's ready, Deku," Nora said. "Nora. Keep it down, please. Evelyn is still asleep," Deku said. "What? But it's almost 9 Nora said. "Evelyn likes to sleep in on the weekends. She's usually wakes up quite late into the day," Deku said. "I see. By the way, why were you in bed with her?" Nora asked. That's Deku said, blushing. "Oh, who cares? Enough dilly-dallying. The kitchen awaits," Nora said. Nora then grabbed Deku's hand and dragged him into the kitchen. "So, where do we start?" Nora asked. "First of all, we have to make the batter." "Got the whisk?" Deku asked. "Got them," Nora said. "All right. Now add the flour, eggs, milk, oil and salt," Deku said. "Salt? But pancakes are sweet," Nora said. "But not too sweet, right?" Deku said. "Oh," Nora said. "And now you need to stir it like this, until everything is mixed properly," Deku said. I see. So no bubbles and pieces floating," Nora said. "Exactly. Wanna try while I grab what we need for later?" Deku asked. "Sure," Nora said. Deku then began to grab what they would need for later. It's getting harder to whip," Nora said. "You can add a little more milk," Deku said. "Okay," Nora said. Nora added some milk to the batter and began to mix. It's still taking too much," Nora said. "Yeah, it can be tiring, but it's just a matter of finding the right," Deku said. "Let's try with more force," Nora said. "Nora. While it may make it easier to stir, if you go too fast you risk," Deku said. Most of the batter then flew out of the bowl. "Yeah, this," Deku said. "Whoops. Sorry," Nora said. "Let's try again," Deku said. Nora and Deku then tried making pancakes again. "Nora. Don't add chocolate chips," Deku said. "But I like chocolate chip pancakes the best," Nora said. "Nora, we've barely managed to make the batter for Ren's normal pancakes and you had to go and change clothes while I cleaned up. Let's stick to the basics for now. You add chocolate chips when you can make pancakes on your own," Deku said. "Oh. Fine," Nora said. Evelyn then woke up from all the noise. "Huh? What with all this noise? And where my hunk?" Evelyn asked, still very sleepy. "Here, see. Once the skillet is hot enough you put a layer of butter on it so that the batter doesn't stick when it's time to flip it," Deku said. "What's going on in the kitchen?" Evelyn asked. "It's still sticking. I don't want to ruin the pancake," Nora said. "Give it a few more seconds. This cider is not properly cooked yet," Deku said. "Then let's make it hotter," Nora said. "Nora, it's an eclectic stove. We can't make it any holy," Deku shouted. "Wah! Too hot. Too hot," Nora shouted. "God almighty, how did you even do that?" Deku shouted. "Later. We've got to put it out," Nora said. "Of course we do. What are you doing with the skillet?" Deku asked. Nora then hit the fire with the skillet in an attempt to put it out. But it only made things worse. "Why would you do that?" Deku asked. "What the fuck is going on?" Evelyn asked. Evelyn then got out of bed and headed to the kitchen. She opened the door to see part of the kitchen covered in soot, and to see Nora with a slightly burnt pancake on her head and a small flame in her hair and holding a very damaged skillet. Oh. My god. Nora, are you alright? Deku asked. I put out the fire, Nora said. Not all of it. But why would you even try to put out a fire by hitting it? Deku asked. Why not? It worked. Although, I don't think we can cook anymore today, Nora said. I'd say. You blew up our kitchen, Evelyn said. Oh. Hello, Evelyn, Nora said. Sorry for waking you, Deku said. It's fine. I'm gonna go back to bed, Evelyn said. Evelyn then left the kitchen and closed the door behind her. Do you want me to put the rest of the fire out? Deku asked. Pretty please. It kinda hurts to move, Nora said. Hold still, Deku said. After putting out the fire in Nora's hair, Deku helped Nora to the bathroom to wash up. After washing up, the two were just outside Team JPDE's room. So, yeah. That was an experience, Deku said. Sorry. It's all my fault. Ren always tells me that I should learn to take things more slowly, but Nora said. Yeah, Deku said. I bet you never want to see me again, Nora said. Nah, Deku said. Really, Nora asked. Really? But please, no more cooking lessons. You've learned the recipe. Now you just need more patience, Deku said. Hey. Promise. Maybe next time we can, maybe exercise together. I can help you with that, Nora said. Sure, Deku said. Alrighty, then. It's a deal, Nora said. Nora then left for her room. Deku watched her go, but then a set of hands grabbed him and dragged him back inside and into bed. Hey there, Deku said. Hey there yourself, Evelyn said. So why have you dragged me back into bed? Deku asked. Because I want more snuggles, Evelyn said. How many more snuggles do I have to give you? Deku asked. You'll always have to give me snuggles, Evelyn said. Deku sighed. Actually, snuggles feel very appealing. Nora is very energetic, Deku said. Well then I'll give you the best snuggles on Remnant, Evelyn said. Evelyn quickly undid her shirt but left it on. She then grabbed Deku's head and shoved it into her boobs. Evelyn, Deku said in a panic. Now let's get you out of these, Evelyn said. She then stripped Deku out of his clothes. Deku was too tired to fight back against her action, so he fell asleep on the world's comfiest pillows. Sunday. Day 49. Team JPDE were in Vale to see if they could find anything, or anyone connected to Weather. Alright, everyone's got their task memorized, Jack asked. Yeah, we got the boring part. Moo, Evelyn said. Evelyn and I will look for information about Weather's rental on the CCT network, Penny said. While we will beat the streets old school style, David said. And see if maybe there are areas of the city where rentals for students focus, Deku said. Hey, Jack, can't we switch? Please? I'm a bun of action, Evelyn said. No can do. This is a partners only day. Also, you run the risk of distracting David and Ijuku if you get bored, Jack said. Slander. Slander and poppycock, I say, Evelyn said. Oh. So I imagined their sudden bouts of blushing during class whenever you sit beside them, Jack asked. Hey. I'll tell you, Deku's blushes in class are not due to any sexual activity, Evelyn said. So, you admit to distracting them? One more so than the other, Jack said. Evelyn frowned and walked away. David and Evelyn are sexually active. And Ijuku and Evelyn are affectionately active, Penny said. Penny, for the love of us, please don't say stuff like that in public, David and Deku said. Roger that. We'll contact you later. Good luck, Penny said. Penny then followed after Evelyn. Sorry, Jack, I tell her not to do it, David said. Which, knowing her, only makes it worse. It's fine. I doubt you'd go along with it, anyway, Jack said. and definitely not in Professor Goodwich's classes. But she just can't seem to keep her hands to herself, David said. Well, you two are Evelyn's first relationship of this kind. She probably wants to make the most out of it, Jack said. Tell me about it. Which reminds me. Sorry for the future, Deku said. Huh? Why you sorry for the future, Jack asked. Well. Monday night Evelyn wanted to participate in bedroom activities. But I told her I wasn't ready, Deku said. Okay. But that doesn't really need an apology, David said. That's only half of it. After I said no, Evelyn was a bit upset since. Anyways, I promised her that every time she wants to get physical with me, I'll make a note of it for later when I'm ready, and then we proceed with cuddles and kisses, Deku said. Are you sure that was a good idea, Jack asked. Nope. But I trust her not to abuse it too much. But by the time I'm ready, I expect there to be a lot of hours worth of it. Or maybe even a day, Deku said. Well. Thanks for the early apology at least. Just when you do. Please allow us time to get things from our room, Jack said. There is no way I could ever promise that with Evelyn, Deku said. All the time, how, David asked. All the time. Why, don't you want to? Especially after, Jack said. Well. Let's say that it's hard to resist her for more than one reason, David said. Hey. But look at me, acting all knowledgeable and stuff when I'm the one with the least experience on the team, Jack said. You never met anyone that interested you that way, Deku asked. Never looked for it, actually. Never was a priority. I met the headmaster when I was really young. And since then, I've been doing nothing but go on missions, train, and Jack said. Partner, is everything alright, David asked. Yes, I'm sorry. Just thinking of the past, you know, Jack asked. Jack. You know, if you want to talk about it. We're here, David said. You know, I think I will take you guys up on that, Jack said. Really, David asked. Really? If I could talk about it with Weiss, there's no reason why I can't share it with my partner. It's not a happy story, though. I've warned you, Jack said. Hey, if it's your story, it isn't over yet, David said. Deep. Alright, let's start asking around, Jack said. Over in another part of Vale. Howard and Bella were in the streets waiting. While they waited, Bella started to play with her lighter, flicking it on and off over and over, which irritated Howard very quickly. Will you stop that, already, Howard shouted. I'm bored, Bella said. I agree that waiting for the boss to finish negotiating a rental is boring, but you can't take it out on my nerves, Howard said. I want to see my big brother, Bella said. Oh gods, you're still going on about that. Look, I don't know how you got this crazy idea in your mind, but... First, he's not your big brother, Howard said. Yes, he is, Bella said. Second, meeting him would be a really bad idea, Howard said. For you, maybe. My big brother would never harm me, Bella said. For the love of... That's not what I care about. Problem is, we can't approach him without a plan to snatch him, Howard said. Plan? Who needs a plan? I'll just ask, Bella said. You'll what, Howard asked. I'll just ask my big brother nicely to come with us. Which is why it's very, very important that I go see him as soon as possible. Yes, it's very important for everyone, isn't it? Yes. I'm going to see him now, Bella said. No, you're not, Howard shouted. Yes, I am, Bella said. Bella then disappeared. That little. Bella, come back here this instant, Howard shouted. Howard then gave chase. I see. Thanks, David said, as he exited a rentals. Found anything, Deku asked. No, David said. Seems like Weza really is a ghost, Deku said. Yeah. Shall we try the clinic? Weather might have been, David said. He might have, but medical records are highly confidential. There's no way we'll get those records, Deku said. So where should we go now, David asked. Let's wait for Jack. She may have found something, Deku said. Okay, David said. Bella then slammed into the back of David. Whoa. Hey, David shouted. Oh, I'm so sorry, Bella said. Why do people keep body checking others in this goddamn city, David asked. David. Are you okay, Deku asked. Yeah. I'm fine, David said. I'm very, very sorry. I'm sorry, but I was trying to catch something the wind took from me, Bella said. I see. Still, pay more attention next time. You could have seriously hurt yourself, David said. You're right. I will be more careful, from now on. So, what's your name, big brother, Bella asked. Big what, Deku asked. Why did you call me big brother, David asked. Oh, right. Silly me, that doesn't translate well to Vale. In the archaic Mistrali language, you can refer to older people as big siblings in the way of a pronoun, Bella said. Oh. I see, David said. Well, I'm David, David said. I'm Izuku. What you name, young lady, Deku asked. I'm Bella. It's great to meet you too, big brothers, Bella said. It's nice to meet you, Bella, Deku said. I would have preferred a less painful first meeting, but... It's nice to meet you too, David said. Oh, big brother. You're just saying that. So, what are you doing, big brother? Something I can help with, Bella asked. Nothing much. I'm looking for someone and I ran into a wall, David said. Well, if big brother wants, I could take care of that wall for him. Make it go boom boom bye bye, Bella said. It's a figurative wall. Not a real wall that needs to be taken down, David said. So, I can't make it go boom, Bella asked. No, David said. Moo. I wanna make something go boom for big brothers, Bella said. I appreciate the thought, but that's not the kind of help I need right now. Right now, the skill set we could use belongs more, David said. The mint-haired girl from the club then walked past. That girl, David shouted. Huh. Big brother, what, Bella said. Hey, wait, David shouted, chasing after the girl. David. Don't go running off like that, Deku shouted, as he chased after David. Stupid big brother. Bella is still a growing girl, I will have a body like that too, soon enough. But I forgive you. It's good for big brother to have a healthy interest in girls. We're going to spend a lot of time together, after all. Right, Bella said. Was that David and Izuku? That was definitely their voices, but where did they go? I mean, they sounded more angry than in distress, but... sorry. Little Miss Jack said. Bella said. You see two guy, one with blonde hair and a white or red jacket, the other with green hair and a green and red one-piece outfit. They should have been screaming their heads off a few seconds ago, Jack said. I did, Bella said. Oh. And where did they run off, Jack asked. That way. The blonde ran after some chocolate floozy with red eyes, and green guy followed, Bella said. Chocolate. The girl from the club. Thanks, you've been great help, Jack said. You're welcome. Say hi to big brothers for me, Bella said. Huh. Sure, I guess, Jack said. Bella and Jack then began to go their separate ways, but as they passed, Bella ignited her lighter, which caught Jack's interest. Wait. Wait a moment, Jack said. Bella said. Where did you get that lighter, Jack asked. The mint-haired girl was walking around Vale, looking a bit annoyed. Huff. Not a single good one, today. Either too poor or loaded, but so open to not even provide a decent challenge. How's a girl supposed to get better with targets like these? I guess I should go back to the school or the safe house. I've gotten bored of the girl said. Hey, wait, David said. What? You're that guy, the girl said. Finally caught up with you, David said. You here to perv up on me some more, you perv, the girl asked. Well, that's an underwhelming insult. Anyway, no, I wanted to apologize, David said. Seriously? You want to apologize to me, the girl asked. I did kind of fly off the handle back then, didn't I? You may have interrupted me and Neo, but you didn't really know about the whole situation. You thought I was hitting on her, no, David asked. You are weird, the girl said. Because I apologized for something I did, David asked. Yes. Who even are you, anyway, the girl asked. David. Don't run off like that, Deku said. Oh, right. You're right. Sorry, Deku, David said. So this is the girl who clocked you in the face, Deku said. Yeah. I was just about to introduce myself. My name is David Dik Begis, David said. And I'm Izuku Midoriya. We're both first years at Beacon, Deku said. I wait, a first year at Beacon, the girl asked. That's what I said, yeah, Deku said. You too? Wouldn't happen to know Ruby Rose and her friends, then Emerald asked. Oh, you know Ruby too? She made my weapon for me, actually, David said. I see. What a coincidence, the girl said. Crap, I fucked up. Someone from Beacon saw me with Neo. But how was I supposed to know that Little Pest and her teammates would meet her not even 2 hours later? No. Calm down, Emerald. You can still salvage this, Emerald thought. I'm a transfer student from Mistral, myself. My name is Emerald, Emerald said. Kinda on the nose, David said. Maybe a bit. Anyway, regarding Neo. Could I ask you not to mention the fact that I know her to anyone, Emerald asked. Sure, David said. You see, I wait. Just like that, Emerald asked. She's some kind of criminal, isn't she? And not just any criminal. I can understand why you wouldn't want anyone to know about your association with her, David said. We needed her help, so let's agree to keep this a secret, alright, Deku said. Without even asking me why I'm associated with her, Emerald asked. Would you tell us, David asked. No, Emerald said. We wouldn't tell you either. Makes it even, no, David said. You two are still weird. But interesting. So whatever you're doing, you're hiding from the faculty, Emerald asked. Actually, it's because of the faculty that we were forced to ask Neo for help. Let's just say that the headmaster has been less than helpful with our team's problems, Deku said. Would you like help from someone more adjusted than Neo, Emerald asked. Excuse me, David said. Emerald then takes out her scroll and holds it out in front of her. Deku and David then pull out their own scrolls and exchange numbers with Emerald. If you two ever feel like sharing what your problems exactly are, contact me. I think we can help each other out, Emerald said. Exchanging favors, Deku asked. We're people who cannot go to the good guys to solve their problems. Not saying that we should stick together or anything, but Emerald said. We'll think about it, David said. Sounds good. If you ever want to meet up, I'm Emerald said. There was then an explosion, where they once were. What the, Emerald said. Deku then took off in the direction of the explosion. Sorry, Emerald. We've got to go, David said. What? Hey, Emerald said. Deku soon arrived at the scene. Holy. What the hell happened here, Deku asked. The street is almost unrecognizable, like something out of a hellish landscape. There's destroyed windows, trees and shrubbery on fire, and the door of a shop seems to have been blown off its hinges. On the other side of the street was not on fire thought, it was covered with a clear sheen of solid ice covering everything that wasn't claimed by the flames. A tree lays frozen and shattered on the street. Jack! Jack! Partner Deku called out. Why, Jack said. Jack! What happened here? Did you fight? Deku asked. Ijuku, Jack said. Jack then started to cry. She had it, Ijuku. But why? Jack said. She had what? Partner Deku asked. Why did that girl have my father's lighter? Jack asked. Deku then pulled Jack into a hug and let her cry on his chest, not asking about what happened. I thought you were supposed to pay for your sins after you died. Am I that bad a person that the universe decided to take a head start? Howard asked. I'm back, Bella said. Welcome back. What the hell did you do? Howard asked. It's not my fault. This crazy girl started rambling about my lighter and stuff, so I tried to explode her, Bella said. You tried? You mean she survived? Howard asked. Yes, Bella said. Bella, tell me everything. From the top, Howard asked. Team JPDE had now returned to Beacon. Deku, Penny, David and Glinda were in the kitchen. Evelyn then entered the kitchen. How is she doing? Is she alright? Deku asked. What happened with Jack had put a stop to their investigating into Weiss. And Jack has been in a state of shock since then. The police arrived soon after David had caught up. The police brought them in for questioning, but Jack remained silent. Thankfully Miss Goodwitch swung by and convinced the police to release them into her custody. She got out of it. She's putting on some fresh clothes, Evelyn said. Thank goodness. Did she say anything? Penny asked. Just that she needs to talk to us, Evelyn said. Hopefully she can shed some light on her attacker's identity, Glinda said. Jack then entered the kitchen. Hey. Sorry for worrying you all, Jack said. Nonsense, partner. We were just confused, David said. I bet you were. When I confronted that girl, last thing I expected was for her to turn violent and attack me, Jack said. As confusing as when she started calling me and Deku big brother out of the blue. I know. She said it was an old Mistrali way of addressing older men. But she seemed a bit too eager to talk to me, especially, David said. Maybe she's with the group that's after you, David. With Howard and Weiss, Penny said. If she was, her behavior makes even less sense than Deku said. Especially considering how strong she was and how little she cared about attacking people in public, Jack said. Maybe she was trying to use psychological warfare, Evelyn said. Never heard of a kind of psychological warfare focused around calling people big brother. But Remnant's a big place, Glinda said. Well, it worked. But Jack, honestly. What happened with you, instead? David asked. To properly explain. I need to tell you about my past, Jack said. Jack, you sure? Evelyn asked. Jack, you don't have to force yourself right now, Deku said. Ijuku, it's okay. If that girl is also in league with Howard and Weiss, you all need to know about my relationship with her. Not even Evelyn knows the full story, Jack said. Would you like me to leave, Miss Ivory? Glinda asked. No. You also need to hear this, Miss Goodwitch. The Schnee Company became the biggest and only non-local dust trade business by acquiring or running the competition out of business. Ivory Dust Trade was one such company, Jack said. Was it a family business? Deku asked. Yes. It was founded by my father, in the spirit of Nicholas Schnee, Jack said. That's Weiss' grandfather, Penny said. Yes. My father admired Nicholas for what he had done, what he accomplished for the people of Atlas, and wanted to do the same for the people of Vacuo, Jack said. Well, that's a big goal, Evelyn said. My mother used to tease him endlessly about wanting to become the second coming of Nicholas. but it wasn't something he really believed he could ever accomplish in his lifetime. But he also always said that just because something seems unattainable, that shouldn't stop you from trying. Because it's only through challenge and effort that you find how far you can go. My father only went as far as the Shni allowed him. No, I'm sorry. That's unfair. It wasn't the Shni family as a whole, it was Jack's Shni, Jack said. What happened? Evelyn asked. 10 years ago. An assassin came into our house, Jack said. An assassin? Penny asked. A pretty cliched one, too. Saying stuff like Jack's Shni sends his regards before kicking my father to death in front of my eyes, Jack said. Kicked to death? David asked. His name was Marcus Black. That was his style of combat, yes. Unfortunately, Marcus was found dead a few weeks ago. He's the only one who could have filled in my story, Jack said. What kind of holes? Deku asked. I tried helping my father. And got a kick to the gut for it, knocking me against a wall and then out cold. When I came to, I was in a hospital with my mother. Our house had burned down, and my mother had already agreed to the Shni's newest offer for the company. And on the body of my father, they found no trace of his lucky lighter. He only ever took it off to sleep, Jack said. Couldn't it have burned up? David asked. It was made of a rare heat-resistant metal. Even after a fire, there should have been a trace of it, Jack said. So, did this guy take trophies from his victims? Evelyn asked. Not that I know of. That has always bothered me, and now I find it in the hands of an unknown girl. And there's something else, Jack said. What is it, partner? Deku asked. When I passed out, there were 5 people in the house, Jack said. You, your father, your mother. And the assassin only makes 4, David said. Yes. There was someone else in the house, someone whose charred body my mother couldn't even bring herself to see after the fire. My little sister, Jack said. Jack, are you saying? Deku said. I don't know, Izuku. When I last saw her, she was barely more than a toddler. I wish this was a movie. No, I could recognize her instantly. But this is why I wanted you to be here, Miss Goodwitch, Jack said. I wasn't personally involved in recruiting you, Miss Ivory, Glinda said. I know. That's not what I meant. And I know that it's very unlikely. Ozpin has done some questionable things for the greater good, but this would be too far even for him. But the possibility, if there's even the slightest chance that the headmaster may have hidden this from me, that one of the graves we filled that day has an empty coffin in it. Right now, I really don't want to risk being in the same room as him, Jack said. I see. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go help with the cleanup in Vale then, Glinda said. Glinda then exited Team Jade's dorm room. Oh lordy, oh gods, oh my. I can't believe this, Evelyn said. Hey, calm down, you all. As I said, it's just a hypothesis, Jack said. Jack, he must know at least something of what transpired. You unlocked your semblance that night, that's the whole reason why he came to you. Just like he came to me, Evelyn said. Yes, but my semblance had also gone out of control while I slept. This doesn't necessarily mean that the headmaster knows about what happened, Jack said. But it also doesn't mean he doesn't, Evelyn said. I'll play devil's advocate here. Or at least I think I am. What reason would he have to bluff your mother and hide something like this from you? David asked. Priorities and resource management, Penny said. Penny, David said. The headmaster recruited both Evelyn and Jack because of their unique semblances. I don't know about Evelyn's circumstances, but if Jack had known about the possibility of her sighter being alive and in the hands of her father's assassin, Penny said. A revenge I could put on hold. The deal I made with the headmaster was that I would help him with his plans if he helped me find Marcus Black. I let him do it on his own terms, but you can bet your ass that if I had known about the possibility of my sister being alive, I would have involved myself, Jack said. And that wouldn't have been in the headmaster's plans for you, David said. Yes, but this is all conjecture. This doesn't help anyone and, honestly, I don't feel like asking the headmaster directly, Jack said. If he would even give a straight answer, Evelyn said. Yes. Whoever she is and however she got it, that girl Gas, my father's lighter, is interested in David and she may be in cahoots with Howard and Weser Van Gertie. Right now, our priority is to find her, and get some answers out of her. Whatever the truth is, that's the quickest way to it, Jack said. Right on, boss, Evelyn said. We have a new goal, then Penny said. Seems so. Even though I'm gonna be used as bait, David said. Deku remained silent. Ijuku, what's wrong? Do you disagree, Jack asked. I was just thinking about something, Deku said. What's on your mind, cutie, Evelyn asked. Regarding that night. There's a third explanation for what may have happened to your sister, Deku said. A third explanation, Jack asked. Yes. So far we've considered your sister may have died in the fire, or that Marcus Black may have taken her. But at this point, couldn't it also be possible a third party was involved with the fur and her disappearance, Deku said. Glinda had now finished helping with the cleanup in Vale. Thanks for your help, Miss Goodwitch, a Vale citizen said. Think nothing of it. Be safe, now. There are still shards of glass lying around, Glinda said. Then I guess your semblance doesn't do well with small objects. Interesting, a voice said. What, Glinda said. A woman with white hair, and wearing a black suit with a purple shirt then walked up to Glinda. Miss Lavender. Good evening, Glinda said. Miss Goodwitch. Any declarations, Lisa asked. Declarations from me, Glinda asked. Well, one of your students was involved in the incident. Was just wondering if you had, any official declarations for the press, Lisa said. They shall be given through the proper channels, as usual, Glinda said. So yes, another pre-compiled piece of drivel tells me nothing, I see. So I'm supposed to just accept everything you say at face value until the next time one of your students gets in a fight with terrorists at the docks. Or a meteor crash in the middle of the city and you decide to get involved for some reason. And what about that orange light in the sky a few days after, Lisa asked. We don't expect you to do anything but your job, Miss Lavender. As is expected of me, Glinda said. What does your job have to do with meteor? Was that crash special, Lisa asked. Good evening, Miss Lavender, Glinda said. Glinda then left. All right, then. Gave you your chance, Miss Goodwitch. Now that I'm off the air for the foreseeable future, I have a lot more time to beat the streets and follow up on leads myself. Starting with that old lady swearing up and down her neighborhood that she saw a person rise from the crater of the meteor crash. Then find out something about that orange light, Lisa said. Monday. Day 50. Bella was currently out on the balcony of their safe house. Bella. Please stop being so antsy, a voice said. Go away. I'll explode you, Bella said. No, I don't believe you will, the voice said. You're wrong. I'm this much away from exploding you, Bella said. You're also grounded because of what happened yesterday. And you don't want to cause any further trouble for Weser, Thilla said. Moo. Why is Weser the boss's favorite? I was here first, Bella said. You're also the most unstable and dangerous of the group and have shown severe lapses in judgment over the years. Cyclically, Thilla said. Who are you calling unstable, Bella asked. The person standing in front of me, Thilla said. You're no fun, Bella said. I'm sorry, Thilla said. I'd rather you be scared than sorry, Bella said. I'm afraid I can't be, Thilla said. Oh, well. I guess I'll just be a good girl and rest. I need to look healthy for when I next meet Big Brother. Right, Bella said. Bella, Could you please explain what brought this on? You're taking about our target, right? Thiller asked. Yes. But he's also my big brother, Bella said. Why? Is he your big brother? Thiller asked. Because the boss said so, Bella said. I beg your pardon, Thiller said. It's because of my semblance that we need to take big brother alive, isn't it? So I asked the boss to show me what he was like. And he was so cool. The boss showed me how he fought, how he was going to explode himself with Howard to protect that bunny girl, before the green one showed up and kicked Howard's ass. I want him to protect me like that as well, Bella said. Protect you from what? Thiller asked. That's right. From what, indeed? Well, it doesn't matter. I can find him something to protect me from later. The boss promised to give him to me. I'm going to take a nap. Later, Bella said. Bella then went inside. Bella, you, Thiller said. Before classes started for the day, Deku had received a message notification from his scroll. He didn't have time to look at it before school start, but now that lessons were over he had a look at how sent the message. The message was from Neo. I'm so bored. 5 minutes away from stabbing one of these numbskulls with a stiletto, Neo texted. Sorry to hear that. But if you kill them, it will put a dent into your operations in Vale, Deku texted. Hey. Me and my partner are all that we need to be on top. But our work has piled up, so we have to use these numbskulls. I can't get a break, Neo texted. Good news for me then, Deku texted. Moo. You wouldn't be saying that with a stiletto in your skull, Neo texted. But you would have to get close to me to do that. And you coming to Beacon is a very bad idea for you, Deku texted. I'm a criminal that hasn't been caught once. And I have my ways to get to you without being caught. And lucky for you, I have a free weekend, Neo texted. A free weekend, huh? Didn't you say you had to babysit? Anyways, I'll be ready for you. No stilettos in my skull, Deku texted. Tuesday. Day 51. Deku had gone to Team JNPR's room as he and Nora had an exchanged scroll numbers, so he had to ask her personally. Good afternoon, Ijuku, Ren said. Hey, Ren. How's it going, Deku asked. Quite well, thank you. You're here to meet Nora, Ren asked. Yeah. In the aftermath of what happened. We forgot to exchange numbers, and I was quite tired as well, Deku said. I know the feeling. Also, sorry for dumping Nora on you, Ren said. It's alright. I could have said no to Nora. But I did not expect her to drain so much energy out of me. I spent the rest of the day sleeping, Deku said. Oh wow. Was your bed that comfortable, Ren asked. You could say that, Deku said with a small blush. Also, I must thank you for focusing Nora's excesses on someone else, for once. I've always been the sole recipient for as long as I can remember. So, it was a welcome break, Ren said. As long as you can remember. So your childhood friends, Deku asked. Something of the like, yes. We've grown up together and, well, we pretty much always only had each other, for better or worse, so I've become most familiar with her inner workings, Ren said. I see, Deku said. And, on that matter, I guess you are here to accept Nora's offer. Are you absolutely sure of that, Ren asked. I am. To be honest, something kept me up that night, which is why I got so tired so quickly. But now I have plenty of energy, Deku said. I see, but are you, Ren said. Hocket pockety wockety whack, abracabradabranako. Hi, Ijuku, Nora said. Hi, Nora, Deku said. Hi. What brings you to my neck of the woods, Nora asked. We didn't exchange scroll number last time, and so, Deku said. Oh, right, and after I asked if you wanted to exercise together, too. So sorry. Mind getting on top of that, Ren? Gotta go running and I'm already running late, Nora said. Of course, Nora. I'll see you later, Ren said. Nora then left the room. You like her gym clothes? Ren asked. Huh? What? Deku asked. You were staring at her. Anyway, her outfit will be the least of your problems when it comes to a training session with Nora, Ren said. Don't worry. I've been through plenty of training. I think I'll be able to keep up with her, Deku said. While I don't doubt you on that. I thought it best to warn you. But Nora is very, very active. Though she might still feel sorry for you, so she may go easy on you. I lost that luxury a long time ago, Ren said. I guess being friends for that long has made you her go-to person, Deku said. Yep. But in time you will become one too. And with the two of us, we can split the load, Ren said. Right. So how long have you been together? Deku asked. We're not, Ren said. Oh, sorry. I shouldn't have assumed, Deku said. It's fine, we can give off that impression. And it's not like we didn't try, it just didn't stick, Ren said. I'm sorry to hear that, Deku said. It's fine. And the other thing I define too, Ren said. The other thing? Deku asked. You seem the kind of person who tends to overthink things. I just wanted to reassure you that it's fine to be physically attracted to Nora, since you're not intruding on anyone's relationship with lascivious thoughts, Ren said. Are you always this direct? Deku asked. Sometimes, it's the only way to get through to her. It's a sharpened weapon against the onslaught of sloth calls. Anyway, you're going to need a lot of stamina to keep up with Nora. I'd advise against making an attempt until you're confident about it, Ren said. I'll keep that in mind. Can never be too prepared, Deku said. Wednesday. Day 52. Today's combat class hadn't been as grueling as usual. Something smells fishy, Evelyn said. I know, right? It's like she wants us to save our energy, David said. Like they don't want us to injure ourselves heavily or tire us out, Penny said. Knowing that, Miss Goodwitch probably has something big planned for us, Deku said. Well, looks like we're about to find out, Jack said. The five looked down to the arena to see Glinda and Peach. That's Professor Peach. What is she here for? David asked. She's probably on to Miss Goodwitch's dastardly plan. After luring us into a false sense of security, she will now strike, Evelyn said. Please settle down, students. We have an announcement to make, Glinda said. Hope that you liked Glinda going easy on you for once, because it won't happen again, Peach said. What Professor Peach is trying to say is that I thought it would be best to save your strength for this weekend. The faculty is planning a special event, Glinda said. And by faculty, we of course mean this beauteous duo. We're going to have a few exhibition matches this Sunday, open to the public as a preview to the Vital Festival, Peach said. I don't get it. What does this have to do with the Vital Festival? David asked. Oh. I'm sorry, David, we didn't tell you. The main event of the Vital Festival is a battle tournament between the schools, Penny said. Excuse me? You mean teams from different schools fight each other? David asked. Even from the same school, if the brackets are just right. It's a big old sluggerfest, Evelyn said. There are different rounds and rules of engagement. Going from team battles to duo battles and ending up with single one-on-one battles, Jack said. It's got a live audience and it's broadcasted all over Remnant, Penny said. So, the reason students from 4 academies gather together periodically is to take part in a blood sport? David asked. Basically, Deku said. Wow, partner. When you say it like that you make it sound really bad, Jack said. What part about punching each other in the face for the sake of entertaining people is good? David asked. It's not only that. Hunters are the protectors of humanity against the grim. A showcase of their power serves to make people feel safer, Evelyn said. Although, maybe having them fight Grim instead of other humans would be more effective, Penny said. There will be 3 events in total, all taking place in this arena. A team fight, a 2-on-2 battle, and a 1-on-1 duel, Glinda said. The contestants will be picked randomly from the Beacon first and second year student body, since we couldn't get authorization from other schools on such short notice. We will announce the results during my class, tomorrow. You can of course refuse. Just remember to say it to me very loudly in front of everyone. But remember that if it's a team battle, 1 retirement means retirement of everyone on the team or coupling, Peach said. Why do you care so much? Penny David asked. Hey. You're not going to ask about me, Evelyn asked. Does he really though? I mean, you're thinking of ways to make a fool out of someone in front of our audience, Deku said. Or. You two really know me inside out, Evelyn said. It's because I want to test myself, David, Penny said. And you can't do that in a normal training session, David asked. Partner, you know that's not the same thing as a competition, Jack said. Fine. I promise not to refuse if I get picked for a team battle, David said. Also, this gives us an opportunity, Jack said. Huh? An opportunity to do what? David asked. To get our target Bella on neutral, safer ground, Jack said. Deku had decided to go to the amphitheater to help Neon with her insults. Hey, Broccoli, Neon said. Hi, Neon, Deku said. Hey. Nothing, Neon asked. Yeah. Like I said, I've taken a lot of insults, so I'm used to it. Also, that was a pretty lame one, to be honest, Deku said. It's the best I could come up with. I need to find what strikes a nerve, Neon said. Shall we start then? Deku asked. Let's. Now, have you ever insulted anyone? Apart from me, of course, Neon said. No. I've never insulted anyone, even in the heat of the moment, Deku said. I see. Though insulting in the heat of the moment is not what we're going to experiment on, here. We're here for wit. We need sharp attacks. The verbal destruction of your opponent's ego to make them misstep. That can't really happen if you're feeling heated up, Neon said. I see, Deku said. Now. It's fine that you haven't insulted anyone, other than yours truly. It does make you a lot worse than the average person, but we can fix that. And considering your wit last time, I'd say you only need a push in the right direction, Neon said. Okay. Push me in the direction then, Deku said. Well, you are already going in the wrong direction. I just gave you a backhanded compliment. It sounds like a genuine one, but it's actually an insult, Neon said. Ah. I may have accidentally done that to Professor Peach, Deku said. Huh? Really, Neo asked. Yeah. I said something that could be taken as an insult to her mental age, Deku said. Well, she does act like a teen. That's why I like her so much. Anyway, that's what we need. You just need to reproduce that, Neon said. I'll try, Deku said. Good. Now try doing it to me, Neon said. Okay. Are you sure it isn't your body that makes people misstep, Deku said. I see no insult in that, Neon said. I was trying to imply that you are, Deku said. Oh. I see. That was a good start, but the execution needs work, Neon said. I have a long way to go then, Deku said. Thursday. Day 53. So, do you promise? Howard asked. I won't use my semblance on anything or anyone unless Weza tells me to, Bella said. And Howard said. I'm not going anywhere without Thilla, Bella said. Good girl, Howard said. Call me good girl again, Bella said. Howard, please stop antagonizing her, Thilla said. Hey, I don't get to be able to safely rib her just any time. Can you blame me? Howard asked. You said you wanted to go out, Bella, Thilla asked. Yes. I want to meet Big Brother again, Bella said. Right now, he's probably attending classes, though, Thilla said. Oh, you're right. I don't want to disturb his studies. But I don't know when I wouldn't be a bother without going to see him, Bella said. Oh, well, I guess since the plan has Wezz's approval I can pitch in, Howard said. Hey, Bella said. I searched their dorm room, remember? It just so happens that, Howard said. Dust classes had now ended, though Professor Peach had not mentioned the couplings for the exhibition matches yet, which only means. All right, students. I'm happy that no one had had any incidents mixing dust today, and I know you want to be as far as possible from this classroom as soon as possible, Peach said. Oh, you don't know the half of it, Ruby said. Ruby Weiss shouted. But we have some nominations to make, don't we? The students who will take part in the exhibition matches. I have the envelope. Are you ready to unveil its contents, Peach asked. Her question was met by silence. Students. I've asked you a question, Peach said. We are ready, Professor Peach Weiss said. Miss Schnee, you make this job worthwhile. First, for the team battle. We will have Team JNPR, from the first year, versus Team THND from the second year, Peach said. Wait, really? Against a second year team? I don't know about this, John said. Oh, do not even think about retiring, Leader Nora said. But it's a second year team, guys, John said. And we are Team JNPR, Nora said. I think this will be a good growth opportunity for you, John. We've never fought as a team against second year students, Pyrrha said. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, John. I understand your grievances, but we can do it. Trust us, Ren said. It's not you I don't trust, guys. But I guess we can take the risk. Word outcome, we get thoroughly humiliated by the second years, John said. No retirings. Great. For the 2-on-2 battle we have Penny Polendina and David Dik Begis from the first year. Versus Coco Adele and Velvet Scarlatina from the second year, Peach said. David. Did you hear that, Penny asked. Yes, David said. We're going to fight 2 second years. Together. Isn't that wonderful, Penny asked. No, it's not, David shouted. Bread for the toothless, Evelyn said. David. You don't want to fight with me, Penny asked. That's not I meant. I don't want to fight, period, David said. Hey, now. You promised, remember, Jack asked. I remember. But I want to state here, for the record, how much I dread the prospect, David said. Because of me, Penny asked. Penny, don't be silly. After everything that's happened, I trust you with my life. This is about the entertainment factor. Also, second years. There's probably an abyss between me and them. I don't want to drag you down, David said. It'll be okay, Penny said. Also. I know Velvet, but who's Coco, David asked. I can answer that, Deku said. But I won't let you boy toy. I'm going to introduce myself to Loverboy. Now turn and face perfection, Coco said. Coco, Velvet said. What? I dare you to find me someone with better style, partner, Coco said. Not the point. Hi, Evelyn. David. Ijuku, Velvet said. Hey, Bun Bun. Meet David and Ijuku's partner, Jack, and Penny, your worst nightmare, Evelyn said. Hey. So what brings you to this side of the classroom, Jack asked. Well, our conversations take place in real time, so Professor Peach is still waiting for answer. I wanted to hurry the proceedings along and be sure Loverboy doesn't chicken out, here, Coco said. No worries. I made a promise. But why did you call Deku Boy Toy and me Loverboy, David asked. How could I not call you Loverboy? You have a way with words. And boy toy has what it takes to be one, Coco said. I've got enough nicknames, David said. Never got on from me. Consider it and advance on the ass kicking you'll get this Sunday, Coco said. You're funny, Penny laughed. Glad I am, but what exactly did I say that was so funny, Coco asked. Your assessment of the outcome of Sunday's match. It's so inaccurate it causes hilarity, Penny said. Is that so, Coco asked. Professor, no one is retiring here either. Can we please hurry, David shouted. But you were having a wonderful bonding experience, Peach said. Just do it, David shouted. Fine, fine. No need to reach your boiling point. And finally, for the single combat event we're gonna have 2 first years. Jacqueline B. Ivory and Weiss Schnee, Peach said. Moo, this is so unfair, Evelyn said. I know. Putting Jack up against Weiss with the state she's in right now, David said. I don't get to fight and make an absolute fool out of someone, Evelyn said. No, seriously. I give up, David said. It's okay, Evelyn. I don't get to fight either, Deku said. But I want to fight. Why are the others so lucky? I mean, I have my own rabbit's foot, Evelyn asked. Yeah, but doesn't it need to be cut off before becoming a lucky charm, Deku said. Never mind. I like my feet. And I'll bet you'll like them by my ears, Evelyn said, causing Deku to blush. Well. That was unexpected, Jack said. It's a random pick. It was expected as any other result, really, Weiss said. True. Well, I'm not going to quit if you aren't, Jack said. Deal, Weiss said. Weiss had invited Deku into Vale with her as thanks for helping her with the poster culprit. So Wes, what are we going to do on Vale? You never told me what you had planned, Deku said. That's because I want our date. I mean day. I want to surprise you with what I have planned, Weiss said. I see. May I ask where we are going, Deku asked. Well, where we are going first isn't a part of our day really. I just wanted to go to a dust shop and purchase a necklace that me and David found, Weiss said. I see. But what's a necklace ding in a dust shop, Deku asked. Because it has a dust crystal at the center. Actually, it's a combination of force and fire dust, Weiss said. I see, but isn't that just a necklace with a bomb strapped to it? You set the down wrong and kaboom, Deku said. Weiss chuckled. Maybe, but I'm sure it won't go kaboom as it is being sold, so it must be safe, Weiss said. Perhaps. But also, that's the sound it makes the day the warranty expires, Deku said. Weiss chuckled again. We'll have to wait and see, Weiss said. So why didn't you buy it the first time, Deku asked. Because I couldn't afford it then, Weiss said. Huh. I thought you were the daughter of Remnant's richest man, Deku asked. And most hated. Yes. But my allowance wasn't enough to buy it, so I had to save up, Weiss said. You could have started working, Deku said. Gods know I may not like my father, but I'm still the heiress to the Schnee Dust Company. I can't be seen doing dirty work, Weiss said. And yet you decided to become a huntress, Deku said. Not all hunter work is going out and killing some grim bothering a small village. Being a hunter can make you a celebrity. Just look at Pyrrha, Weiss said. Fair enough, Deku said. The two then soon arrived at the dust shop. Weiss then picked up the necklace and put it on before showing it to Deku. So, what do you think, Weiss asked. It's a bit big, isn't it, Deku asked. Very flattering, Izuku, Weiss said. But it's kind of is though. Wear that enough and your neck will be killing you. And I still think it's a bad idea to have what's essentially a bomb on your neck, Deku said. You're a very big realist, Weiss asked. Sorry, Deku said. It's fine. It's a nice change from Ruby and young, Weiss said. What about Blake, Deku asked. I'd also say she's a realist, but she just keeps quiet, Weiss said. Well then. Mind telling me how they made this? Deku asked. Gladly, Weiss said. After telling Deku about the dust necklace, Weiss then bought it. So, where to next? Deku asked. It's a surprise, Weiss said. Then lead the way, Deku said. Weiss then grabbed Deku's hand and took him to another part of Vale. They were now stood in front of a karaoke room rentals. Karaoke? Deku asked. Yep. I thought it'd be fun to sing songs together, Weiss said. But I can't sing, Deku said. That doesn't matter, we're here to have fun, so it doesn't matter. But I'll give you some tips on how to sing if you want, Weiss said. I will accept that offer tenfold, Deku said. Deku and Weiss then entered the karaoke booth rental. One booth for 2 hours, please, Weiss said. Okay, madam. You two are in room 10, the worker said. Thank you, Weiss said. Now. No funny business, you two. The fine for such will be 1,000 lyon, the worker said. Deku blushed while Weiss gave a look of confusion. Okay, Weiss said. The two then went to room 10. Ijuku. Do you know what that woman meant by no funny business? Weiss asked. How? Deku said. When she said that, you blushed. So, you clearly know what she means, Weiss said. Well, Weiss. These places have a reputation for intimate activities, Deku said. Oh my. But why did she say that? It's not like we were, Weiss asked. Because, as you said, we're attractive teens. And they've probably seen their fair share of intimate couples here, most likely even some Beacon students, Deku said. That's disgusting. Why would people do this? Weiss asked. Most likely they don't get a lot of privacy in the Beacon dorms, Deku said. I know what you mean. How is it to have David and Evelyn participating in such things? Weiss asked. So you can hear them too? Deku asked. Yeah. It's very embarrassing to hear, Weiss said. I would tell them to keep it down. But that wouldn't do much, Deku said. I would assume so. So how are you and Penny? I mean, I haven't heard you two, Weiss said. Well. We are just not ready. I don't know for Penny, but I am 16. And even though I'm legal due to being a hunter in training, I just don't feel comfortable doing it just yet, Deku said. I see. Enough about that though. Let's start singing, Weiss said. Okay. So how do you sing? Deku asked. Well, for starters, Weiss said. Weiss then gave Deku some tips on how to sing. After that the two began to sing. Though Deku wasn't very he was quickly picking it up. That was very good, Ijuku, Weiss said. You really think so? Deku asked. Of course. You are much better than when we started. Thanks, Weiss. You're a great teacher, Deku said, with a small blush. Weiss blushed at Deku's compliment. The two then heard moaning and the sound skin clapping together. Oh my, Weiss said. See what I mean? Deku said. I don't want to see. Hearing is too much already, Weiss said. You wanna leave even though we have 30 minutes left? Deku asked. Absolutely, Weiss said. Weiss and Deku then quickly left the karaoke booth rental, both a blushing mess. Shall we get something to eat? Deku asked. Yes, please. I want to forget this, Weiss said. The two then went to the market to grab something to eat. What is this feeling? Weiss asked to herself, as they walked to the market. Friday. Day 54. So let's go over the plan again, David said. With the exhibition matches, we have an excuse to invite your little red-headed stalker to Beacon, Evelyn said. That way, even if she goes aggressive, we will have support to restrain her. The teachers will be forced to intervene if something happens on campus, Penny said. All that's left is to invite her and hope she takes the bait, Jack said. And that last part is probably the most difficult, David said. I wouldn't say so. Something tells me that it's going to be pretty easy. Like how we got our connection to the underworld, Deku said. You really think lightning is going to strike twice? Evelyn asked. The chances of that happening are Penny said. David's scroll then went off. Hello, David said, answering the call. Hello, big brother, Bella said. Bella, David said. Bella, Evelyn asked. She's got your scroll number, Penny asked. You were saying, Deku said. If I had a lion for every time this happened, I'd have 2 lion. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. But when did she get your scroll number? Jack asked. Yes, it is weird and I don't know, David said. David motions for them to move to the class entrance and then puts Bella on speaker. Big brother. Is everything alright? Bella asked. Yes. It's just, how did you get my scroll number? David asked. Howard took it off one of your teammates' scrolls when he searched your room, Bella said. So that's what happened to my scroll, that time, Jack said. I see, David said. I hope I didn't disturb you. I tried to call you after classes, Bella said. No, we just finished with the last one. It's alright, David said. That's good. I didn't want to disturb Big Brother while he studies, Bella said. Surprisingly thoughtful, for a nutcase, Evelyn said. Evelyn, Sush, Penny said. So, Big Brother, I was wondering if you wanted to meet up this weekend, Bella asked. Well, actually, this weekend I'm a bit busy. I'm going to be taking part in some exhibition matches for a preview of the Vital Festival, and David said. Oh my goodness. Can I come and cheer for you, Big Brother? Bella asked. Put the nail in the coffin now, partner, Jack said. I'd really like if you did, Bella, David said. Really? Bella asked. Really? David said. Big brother, I love you. I'll be in Beacon as soon as possible on Sunday morning. Juts, can I bring a friend, Big brother? I kind of can't leave the house without her, at the moment, Bella said. Sure. Is she as pretty as you? David asked. Bella let out a long gasp. Smooth, David, Evelyn said. Ow. Evelyn, don't pinch me, David whispered. Evelyn isn't doing the pinching, David, Deku said. David looks to see that it was Penny, who was pinching him. Big brother. You think I'm pretty? Bella asked. Yes, David said. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, Bella squealed. Sounds like we got ourselves a date, then Jack said. Yeah. Though I wonder about this other girl she's coming with, David said. Maybe Spider-Boy went for an image change, Evelyn asked. Somehow, I doubt it. Anyway, all we can do now is roll with the punches, David said. That's the spirit. Remember to do that when you go up against Coco and Velvet, Deku said. Thanks, but I doubt that'll do much, David said. Deku was in the gym doing some cardio, to build up his stamina in preparation of Nora's workout session. Oh, cardio at this time of the day, Deku? Nora asked. Hey Nora, Deku said. I didn't think I'd find another fan of double showers. Or is it necessity that brings you here? Nora asked. Necessity, I guess. And what do you mean double showers? Deku asked. A shower in the morning is the perfect way to start the day. But if you exercise this late, it feels gross to go to sleep without cleaning up, you know. Nora said. Oh, I see. I guess you lack the time during the rest of the day then, Deku asked. Not exactly, it's just that. These extra sessions that I had to tack on because I perfected Ren's pancake recipe and... Yeah, Nora said. Oh, I see. I have to give up on those kinds of foods a long time ago. Anyway, what about a spotter, then? I feel like I have enough stamina to keep up with you, now, Deku said. Ha! What do you mean? Nora asked. After last time, I figured you have boundless energy in anything you do. And Ren suggested I increase my stamina before asking to train together, Deku said. Oh, yeah, of course. But since you've just finished and I still need to start, tonight, how about we rain check, Nora asked. Yeah, probably a good idea. I'll hit you up on your scroll and we can arrange a time, Deku said. Cool, cool. So, good night, Nora said. Night, Deku said. Deku then left the gym. So, why exactly did Ren? Nora asked. Saturday. Day 55. Deku had decided to call Blake to distract her from her problems and get her to relax like he did last time. I can't believe I did that, Blake said. You really need to work on your greetings when you answer a call, Deku said. Shut up. This is all your fault, Blake said. If you say so. Mind if I walk while we talk? Deku asked. Nah. Mind if I lay down? I promise not to fall asleep this time. Wait, no, that was your fault, Blake said. Your teammates seemed to think so as well, Deku said. Oh gods. They freak out on you like they did on me, Blake asked. Their guesses for how it happened were, in order. Hypnosis, sleeping gas and magic, Deku said. Well, maybe it kind of was hypnosis. Like the one they use in therapy, Blake said. I guess so, Deku said. You did put me into a relaxed state, by making me focus on certain images, Blake asked. I guess remembering about that cat naps you used to take on the beach while you were sleep deprived kind of worked against you, Deku said. Shut up. Cat naps this, cat naps that, Blake said. You take naps in the sun curled up on a towel. And your bow could pass for kitty ears at a glance, Deku said. Don't call me a kitty, Blake said. Oh no. Whatever will I do when you hiss at me, Deku asked. Scratch you, maybe. That cat enough for you, Blake asked. Ow. Kitty has claws. I should call Hound Dog, Deku said. Hound Dog, Blake asked. That's what he goes by. And he's the guidance consoler from back home. Though he can be a bit hard to understand. When he gets mad, he starts barking, Deku said. Oh, really, Blake asked. Yep. So you better find a tree to hide in, Deku said. Stop it, Blake said. But Blake, Deku said. Don't Blake me. How would you like it if I called you? I have no idea what to call you, Blake said. Maybe Arm Destroyer. I have done a lot of permanent damage to my arms, Deku said. How permanent, Blake asked. Well, my right hand is crooked, and that's the lesser injury, Deku said. Really? I didn't notice, Blake said. Well, it is quite unnoticeable compared to my biggest injury. It left a huge scar on my right arm. Though it is covered by my clothes. You would only see it if I didn't have my blazer on, Deku said. Hey. If you did that, you'll have girls all over you, Blake said. Are you calling me handsome, Deku asked. Maybe not handsome, your face makes you more cute. But you are good looking, Blake said. You're good looking yourself, Deku said. Oh, I'm much more than just good looking, Blake said. Yet people tend to avoid you, Deku said. That's by choice. I need a break from intimate relationships. Last boyfriend wasn't exactly a clean breakup, Blake said. Sorry to hear that. Didn't want to make you think about something unpleasant, Deku said. Well, to be honest. It's kind of refreshing being able to at least mention it, now. Maybe soon I will be able to talk about it openly, Blake said. Cool, Deku said. Yes, cool. So, where are you right now, Blake asked. In the gardens. You, Deku asked. My room. I was thinking, Blake said. What, Deku asked. Do you want to come and maybe finish reading the book together, Blake asked. Okay, sure. Met you at the usual spot, Deku asked. Actually, the others are out so we have to room to ourselves, Blake said. Okay, give me 5 minutes, Deku said. Great. See you soon, Blake said. Deku then went back to his room to grab the book before making his way to Blake's room. The two laid on Blake's bed reading out loud to each other, Deku reading the male character, whilst Blake read the female characters. They were soon approaching the end of the book, but the ending had something they didn't suspect. Smut. I'm so sorry, Izuku. I didn't expect this, Blake said. It's fine, Blake. We did choose the book together, Deku said. That true? Do you want to stop, Blake asked. I could give reading smut a try. What's the harm, Deku said. Pure embarrassment from reading this stuff out loud, Blake said. Not the worst thing ever. Anyway, the first line is yours, Deku said. Please. Midori no Usagi. Sheath your enormous 12-inch katana in my tight naughty meat holster, Blake said. God. It's worse hearing it than reading it, Deku said. Well, you did agree to read, so get to it, Blake said. Yeah. Just give me a minute, Deku said. Take your time. Be a big brave boy, Blake said. Kuro Neko. Your meat holster. It's so tight. I'm gonna blow, Deku said. Well done, Blake said. I feel so dirty for reading that, Deku said. Honestly, I didn't think you'd go through with it, Blake said. What do you mean? You made me do it, Deku shouted. Did not. I only gave you a choice of disappointing me or reading that. Glad you chose the more entertaining alternative, Blake said. You got any bleach, Deku asked. Nope. There's no way I'm gonna let you forget this. And anyways, this is just the beginning, after all, Blake said. Deku sighed. The next few minutes of his life were going to be filled with memories he wishes he didn't have. Sunday. Day 56. David, Penny and Deku were waiting for Bella and her friend at the Bullhead Landing. Are you nervous? David Penny asked. Just a bit. We're not exactly master conversationalists, are we? But we're supposed to get some answer out of her, David said. If all else fails, we can depend on Evelyn to get some answers out of your little sister, Deku said. Stop calling her that, David said. But she calls you big brother. It's only fair you call her little sister, Deku said. But she's not. Anyway, considering the amount of aura she'd need to use, I'd prefer not to. Even with yours and Evelyn's auras at full capacity, I doubt we will be able to furnish her today, David said. Then we'll just have to be exceptionally successful, with your little sister, Penny said. Not you too, David said. Big brother, Bella shouted. Hey, Bella. Welcome to, David said. Bella then jumped on David, giving him a big hug. Beacon, David said. I've missed you so much. Have you missed me too, Bella asked. Nice to see you again, Bella, Deku said. Hello again. Big brother, Bella said. It's Izuku, Deku said. Sorry about that, Bella said. Oh. Your little sister is so cute, David Penny said. Of course, I am. Who are you, Bella asked. My name is Penny. I'm going to be David's partner for this exhibition match, Penny said. Oh. Well, make sure to protect him and make him look good and you'll be one of my bridesmaids, Bella said. That's my prime directive as of now, Penny said. Guess that makes me the best man, Deku said. Oh yes, Bella said. The first exhibition match is going to start shortly in the first and second year arena. I repeat, a voice over the speakers said. Oh. Is that your fight, big brother, Bella asked. No, the 2-on-2 fight is later. The first fight is going to be the Ono-on-1 duel, David said. Oh, I see. That means we can spend more time together, Bella said. Yes, that's the idea, David said. The 5 of them then began to make their way to the arena. "Are you nervous?" Weiss asked. "No, just something on my mind." "Was trying to put it aside for the time being," Jack said. "That's good. I expect nothing but 100% from you," Weiss said. "Yeah, about that. Weiss, don't take this the wrong way, but I think you should give up," Jack said. "You're serious?" Weiss said. "It's not because I think you're weak. I've seen you during training. It's just that this kind of small battlefield coupled with my semblance and your fighting style makes this a heavily skewed match in my favor. And my semblance doesn't have a power dial. It's pretty much set to incinerate," Jack said. "Well, all the more reason for me to fight as long as possible," Weiss said. "Weiss," Jack said. "I'm not always going to be able to choose my engagements, as a huntress. It's better if I take on such circumstances now where I am in a relatively safe environment than out in the wild, no. So, again. Don't hold back. I want to fight Jacqueline Belinda Ivory at her best," Weiss said. "Then I will. Sorry, I didn't mean to insult you. And, please keep my middle name to yourself," Jack asked. "Only if you win," Weiss said. The first match was about to start, and the stands of the area were packed with students and members of the public. Ladies and gentlemen who managed to get inside, and those of you looking at this through the network, welcome to the first exhibition match. Bringing you live commentary from the first and second year arena, it's me, Professor Peach, and my statuary co-host, Professor Goodwitch, Peach said. "RM. Hello," Glinda said. "I can't believe she roped me into this," Glinda mumbled. "We'll be keeping you entertained with commentary and juicy tidbits about our students as the fighting takes place. Speaking of which, I think our first 2 contestants are making their entry. Please give it up for Jack B. Ivory and Weiss Schnee," Peach said. "Go, Weiss. Kick her butt," Ruby said. "Hey, Ruby. Everyone," David said. "D-man. Came to watch your leader lose?" Young asked. "Young, that's not very nice. How are you, David?" "Ijuku. Penny. And, 2 girls I don't know," Ruby asked. "They are friends from Vale. Please meet Bella and..." Bella, I don't think you introduced your friend," David said. "You're right, I didn't." "Oh, who cares?" Bella said. "Bella," David said. "My name is Thilla. Nice to meet you all. I suggest we find a better spot for spectating," Thilla said. "Home. She's not wrong," Blake said. "Let me take care of that. Hey, make way." "Contestants team coming through," Young said. "Hey. Leave the best spot for me and Big Brother," Bella said. Bella then followed after Young. "Big Brother?" Ruby asked. "It's a long story. Let's just get to our spots," David said. Okay," Ruby said. Ruby and David then followed after Young and Bella. "You two are not going," Thilla said. "We could say the same thing to you," Deku said. "Bella didn't really pay any attention when Howard briefed us on your team," Thilla said. "You're admitting to your association with him?" Penny asked. "That our association would come out was given the moment our leader allowed Bella to come here. I'm here to make sure Bella comes back home afterwards. Which is why I'm keeping a distance from her. I suspect your other teammate is watching us at this very moment," Thilla said. "That's kind of the reason why we're handing back here as well. I want to make sure you won't try to abscond with David," Penny said. "That's beyond my capacities, in this situation. Rest assured, we did not come here to take him from you." "Not today," Thilla said. "Even if you did, we would stop you before you ever got close to David," Penny said. "So why don't we try and enjoy that match?" "Jack is fighting," Deku said. "I don't enjoy meaningless bloodshed. But I should probably keep a closer eye on Bella than you, in this situation," Thilla said. David said something similar, Deku said. "The audience is hot enough, the seats are all filled. Why don't you start us off, Professor Goodwitch Peach asked. If I must. Contestants. Tournament rules. You fight until someone is incapacitated or their aura is in the red. And. Begin, Glinda said. This is it, then. The first move is yours, Weiss said. Are you really sure about that? Weiss Jack asked. We can't have me ending the match by knockout in one move, can we? That'd make for a terrible showing, Weiss said. So be it. Don't say I didn't warn you, though, Jack said. A blue field that appeared around Jack's body. Oh my bunnies, she's using her semblance. Already, Evelyn asked. Oh, really? Is that bad for Weiss? Nora asked. It may be bad for us. I don't know if we're far enough from Jack, Evelyn said. So it's an AoE semblance. I don't think I've ever seen one of those before, John said. Oh, I like that expression. Yes, it is. Still, it's been a couple years since I last saw it. She should have gotten better at controlling it, Evelyn said. This shall be an interesting match then, Ren said. That's fine and all, Evelyn, but... That kind of was my seat, Pyrrha said. That girl is Bella said. Is something that matter, Bella, David asked. Oh. No, big brother. It's nothing. Nothing at all, Bella said. Down on the battlefield. 2 minutes, Weiss Jack said. An impressive aura. And what's this about 2 minutes, Weiss asked. That's how long this match will last, Jack said. A bold proclamation from Miss Ivory. Is there any credit to it? Miss Goodwitch Peach asked. Miss Ivory always scores in the top percentiles of my classes, but so does Miss Schnee. To be honest, I've never seen the former use her semblance. So at this point it's an unknown variable, Glinda said. Well, I've started a countdown just in case. Although, Peach said. Why is she not moving? Nora asked. You do not want her to move, right now. Especially closer to anything living, Evelyn said. The air, John said. Beg your pardon, Ren asked. Pay attention to the air around Jack's position, John said. Are you going to move at all? Weiss asked. No. And neither should you, Jack said. Cute. We'll consider this your first move, then. My turn, Weiss said. Weiss, no, John shouted. Weiss then went in for a strike, but Jack's semblance stopped the attack. My dress, Weiss said. Ice. Part of Miss Schnee's gown has turned to ice. Did Miss Ivory do something? Peach asked. No, she did not move at all. But still, Miss Schnee's garments turned to ice, Glinda said. Is this the power of Jack's semblance? Peach asked. You're getting too much into this, Glinda said. Ruby, you sure she didn't do anything? Blake asked. If she did, she was faster than me. And the naked eye, Ruby said. And my eyes as well. Not that they are special in any way, Penny said. That's because she didn't, Deku said. If she tries to get close, she will die. Or possibly be permanently maimed, Bella said. Also, BRR. Is it just me or is the air getting colder? Getting colder, Young said. She must have some sort of cryokinesis semblance, Deku said. That explains the ice. So, Bella must have a fire semblance then. Maybe she can't create a flame and that's why she always carries Jack's father's lighter, Deku thought. For all the automatic dust chambers. Weiss, use ranged attacks, Ruby said. I figured that out when John screamed at me. Thank you very much, Weiss shouted. You weren't lying, Weiss said. 1 minute, Weiss Jack said. I can count, thank you very much. And I'm not without ranged options, Weiss said. Isn't your weapon a rapier? Jack asked. Mertenaster is much more, Weiss said. Yes. With a swing of her weapon, Miss Schnee launches a volley of ice crystals, which stop in mid-air inches from Miss Ivory's face before falling ruinously to the ground. Peach shouted. So Jack's semblance isn't pure cryokinesis. Seems like the ice is a side effect. So it seems her semblance allows her to affect objects and a person's movement. But is that all Deku thought? But they were already ice. And why did they stop? Nora asked. Because her semblance is not simply to turn things to ice, Jaun said. Well, now I know why they made you leader. You already got it, Evelyn said. I think so. But it's just because I've read something similar in a comic, Jaun said. Comic, book, school, who cares? You got a fine brain, there, Evelyn said. Could someone explain what's going on? Pyrrha asked. Maybe later. The 2 minutes are almost up, Evelyn said. I didn't think you could do that, Jack said. For all the good it did. Ice dust is useless, isn't it? Weiss said. You know, I wish we could have fought somewhere else. This has been way too short, Jack said. Excuse me, Weiss asked. 2 minutes, Weiss, Jack said. Jack the disappeared before Weiss's eyes. Unbelievable, Peach shouted. Jack's fist was now in Weiss's abdomen. She had punched Weiss so hard that her abdomen to cave in. First she was there. Next thing we know, Ivory is in Schnee's guard and her fist is in her gut, Peach shouted. Weiss, Ruby called out. I couldn't even see her, Weiss thought. Your string, Weiss. But in such a small empty arena, this couldn't have ended any other way, Jack said. And with a first-class punch ticket to the nearest wall, Miss Schnee's aura is in the red. The match is over. What a day, sports fans. What a revelation, Peach said. Professor Peach, Miss Schnee has passed out. She may have a concussion, Glinda shouted. I know. Isn't that awesome? Peach shouted. Phew. Well, that was intense, Jack said. More like awesome. You can actually control it now, Evelyn said. The size. Not the potency, sadly, Jack said. Jack, your semblance is absolutely amazing. Such a mastery of the laws of physics, Penny said. So your semblance is an accumulation type, Deku said. You've already figured it out. It took me years to do it, Jack said. Only 35% of it, Penny said. And they're not the only ones. I think people should really keep an eye on that Jaun guy, Evelyn said. Yeah, they should, David said. Hey. No sulky faces at victory celebration, Evelyn said. Partner, what's wrong? Jack asked. It's nothing. Let's go, David said. David then left the arena. Did we say something wrong? Penny asked. No. It's nothing that you said. It's just that he's realized something. Jack, you should go talk to him, Deku said. Huh? But shouldn't you? I do have an idea about what's up, but Jack asked. You are team leader, and I think it's best he talks with someone who learned this lesson a long time ago. Also, I need to convince them that they didn't do anything wrong, Deku said. Eh? How can you two know when we don't? Evelyn asked. Because now you're looking at him differently than we do, carrots, Jack said. Jack then followed after David. You don't think he's angry because of how the match ended? Penny asked. Nah. He looked more frustrated than anything, Evelyn said. That's because he is, Deku said. Then what is frustrating him? And what's this lesson you said he's learned? Penny asked. He's realized that no matter what, even if he doesn't like fighting unnecessarily, he will have to fight anyways, Deku said. So, he's upset about having to fight? Evelyn asked. I see. David is upset about not being able to pick his fights, Penny said. Yeah. And don't worry, Penny. By the time it comes to your match, he will be ready to fight, Deku said. Thanks for helping us understand, Penny said. Shall we go and wait for them? Evelyn asked. Let's, but first, Deku said. Deku then kissed Penny on the lips. Good luck with your match, Deku said. Deku then left the arena. He's certainly become more confident. He would have been blushing like crazy a month ago, Evelyn said. Affirmative. It's nice to see this side of him. And Evelyn, Penny said. Yes, Penny, Evelyn said. You won't have to wait that much longer. I'm 95% certain he'll be ready within a week, Penny said. You really think so? Evelyn asked. I know so, Penny said. Thanks for that. Girlfriend, Evelyn said. You're welcome. Girlfriend, Penny said. Bella and Thilla were still in the spectating area. You're not following him around? Thilla asked. That girl is Big Brother's partner, isn't she? Bella asked. Howard told you as much. And so is Izuku, Thilla said. I wasn't listening. So I guess Big Brother would be sad if I made her go boom? Bella asked. I would think so, Thilla said. I really want to make her go boom, Bella said. Emerald had been watching the match from the back of the arena. What about her? Emerald asked. Her semblance is potentially lethal. But she knows that better than anyone. It's not easy making someone like that misstep. We'd be better off with someone whose semblance isn't inherently lethal, a female voice said. The right set of circumstances, right? Emerald asked. The right set of circumstances. And anyway, we still have 2 more matches to observe, today. Let us enjoy ourselves a little more. You never know what surprises may lie in wait, the woman said. Yes, Emerald said. Emerald. We're in public, the woman said. Oh. I'm sorry, Emerald said. We're not in earshot, but just call me Cinder when we're not alone, Cinder said. Yes. Of course, Emerald said. The second exhibition match was going to be held outside in the gardens. Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, I hope you're still with us. And you'll be happy to know that Miss Schnee is mostly unharmed, Peach said. There's nothing mostly unharmed about 2 broken ribs and a damaged coccyx, Glinda said. My mic partner, you're really killing my vibe, right now, Peach said. I'm your what partner, now? Glinda asked. Thankfully, my vibe has the life support of expectation for this next fight. I must say, never have I seen a match with stakes so skewed. On the right we have 2 first years who aren't even first years, having joined Beacon halfway through. Penny Polendina and David Dik Begis, Peach said. Salutations, everyone, Penny said. Yeah. What she said. David said. Their opponents, on the other hand, are some of the top students in the second year. Give it up for Coco Adele and Velvet Scarlatina, Peach said. Oh. I'm so excited. Will this fight be even shorter than the one between Miss Schnee and Miss Ivory? Or will there be surprises in wait for us, Peach said. The rules of engagement are the same as the previous fight, with the exception that both members of a team have to submit or have their aura in the red for the fight to be over, Glinda said. The area of engagement will be the entirety of the garden and entrance area. The audience will now be escorted to a safe perimeter. The fight begins in 5 minutes, Peach said. The only surprise of the day will be the one written on your face when I make you eat your words, Red Coco said. I respectfully disagree, Penny said. We'll leave you to make your last preparations. Come on, Coco, Velvet said. Don't rub, lover boy. I know where you live, Coco said. Don't run, David said. She was just making banter, David, Penny said. No, it's nothing, David said. Big Brother, Bella said. Bella. Here to wish me luck, David asked. Yes. And, I also wanted to, Bella said. Evelyn then snuck up and planted her lips on David's. And here's my good luck charm, Evelyn said. Evelyn. In public, Seriously, what happened to the girl who almost bit my hand off when I touched her ears? David asked. She became your girlfriend and as such, I won't be upstaged by your partner in the cheer me up department, alright, Evelyn said. Girlfriend, Bella asked. Hi. My name's Evelyn, Evelyn said. You're one of his teammates, correct? Thiller asked. And Penny's partner. You two should get going. And good luck, Deku said. Thanks, Deku. And thanks for the pick-me-up, Evelyn, David said. Oh, you're quite welcome. But David, seriously. I mean, it's because of what happened in the forest that I couldn't see why you were so down. For me you're really, really strong. And I wanted you to know that I'll keep on thinking that no matter how badly you get your ass kicked or Coco maims you with her minigoon purse. And I believe in you, Evelyn said. You could have just said that instead of ambushing me, David said. Moo. Is the idea of kissing me that abhorrent to you, Mr. Evelyn said. David then planted his lips on Evelyn's lips. Not really. Wish me luck, David said. Bella, no, Thiller said. Must. Kill. Boobs, Bella shouted. Deku, Evelyn, Bella and Thiller then made their way the perimeter. So, what you going to do once the match is over? Deku asked. What? Evelyn asked. Huh. So you weren't thinking about making him miss the final match? Deku asked. Well, now you have put that thought in my mind, you perv. But right now, as much as I want to watch and cheer for David, I wouldn't mind missing this match and the next one with you, Evelyn said. And you say I'm the perv? Deku said. I'll show you how perverted I can be, Evelyn said, tracing her finger on Deku's body. Deku's face went red. I want to, Evelyn said. She then began to whisper what she wanted to do to Deku and what she wanted him to do to her into his ears. What's going on? I though boobs was, Bella said. I have no idea, Thiller said. Ruby, Weiss and Young were in their dorm room. So Weiss said. Considering you got bone damage, that's a given. Thank the gods for Aura, Young said. Professor Peach said you'd be fine in a couple days if you take the supplements, and to eat lots of calcium and, bony foods. She gave me a list, Ruby said. Honestly, that was such a bad showing on my part. She got me good, Weiss said. To be fair, her semblance is something else. In an enclosed arena she was advantaged, Young said. Oh, arenas shmayanas. No one is invincible, she had to have a weak point. I just couldn't find it before. I'm still not sure what happened, to be honest, Weiss asked. Me neither. I mean, she just punched you, but she was so fast. But she's never been that fast during training. Was that her semblance as well? Ruby asked. There must be a catch. Damn it, I wish the fight had lasted longer, Young said. Speaking of which, want to watch the 2-on-2 fight? Weiss asked. You. Yes. Penny's fighting, Ruby said. I must admit, I'm curious. After what you told me happened at the docks, I really want to see her in action, Young said. We can all watch together on. Wait. Where's Blake? Ruby asked. Blake was currently with Jack out by the Bullhead landings. It's about to start, Jack said. Yes, Blake said. So, why are you here? Jack asked. The rest of my team is in the dorm. After making sure that Weiss was alright, I thought I'd record Penny's fight for Ruby, Blake said. I see. Wait, just Penny? Jack asked. Well, I don't mean to be rude, but they are up against second years, and David is not exactly the top of the first years in fight classes. I don't think he will be in the fight for long, Blake said. We'll see about that, Jack said. The audience has been evacuated to a safe distance. We are now ready to begin the second exhibition battle. But first. Special rules. Will it be a hindrance or an advantage? Peach asked. What Professor Peach meant, is that this year, there will be special rules for each Vital Festival match except with the first round of matches, Glinda said. That's right, Mick partner. Now let's roll the dice and see which special rule will be previewed, Peach said. A special rule? David questioned. What a spectacular idea. It will put us under pressure in certain situations to see how we handle them, Penny said. Great. More pressure that's not needed, David said. We'll be fine, David, Penny said. And the special rule is? Third wheel. This rule allows for another member of each team to join the fight at random, Peach said. But since Miss Ivory has already participated in a match, she will be removed from the picking, Glinda said. Now let's see how we'll be fighting. I can already see one of my students' ears already perked up, Peach said. Eager much? Deku asked. Yes. I'm gonna fight alongside them, Evelyn said. But I'm also in the lot. So, it's 50-50, Deku said. But you would retire for me. Wouldn't you? Evelyn asked, fluttering her eyes at him. Nope, Deku said. Meanie, Evelyn said. All right. Joining Coco and Velvet is Yatsuhashi Daiichi. And joining David and Penny is Izuku Midoriya, Peach said. Oh come on, Evelyn shouted. Seems Miss Damarot is not best happy with this result, Peach said. Would the two please join your team members, Glinda said. Deku then went to David and Penny on the battlegrounds. As he did, he saw a big guy walking down as well. It was obvious that this guy was Yatsuhashi Daiichi. As the two meet up with their respective teams, Deku saw that Yatsuhashi was a full head taller than Velvet, from the tips of her ears. Moving on, mind going through the special rules for this battleground, Professor Goodwitch? Peach asked. The battlefield has been enclosed by a dust-powered force field. It's highly resistant, but in any case, breaching it will result in the offending team's disqualification. Still, students are encouraged to make use of their surroundings. During the Vital tournament they will fight on different kinds of battlefields, each with its advantages and disadvantages, Glinda said. You heard my colleague. Let's start the countdown, Peach said. Penny. Deku, David said. Yes, David, Penny asked. What is it? Deku asked. I'm taking Coco, David said. I'll take Yatsuhashi, Deku said. Then I got Velvet. Good luck, David, Penny said. Wait, just like that? Velvet asked. 5, Peach said. I think your teammate has made a hugged mistake, Yatsuhashi said. You might think so. But I trust in David's decision, Deku said. 4, Peach shouted. But he's lost every duel in classes. What make you think he'll be able to beat Coco? Yatsuhashi asked. By using tricks and catching her off guard. That's how I started out, Deku said. 3, Peach shouted. And this a team battle. It doesn't matter if he gets knocked out. You will still have to deal with me and Penny, Deku said. True. But it would be a 3-on-2. And we will not go down that easily, Yatsuhashi said. 2, Peach shouted. Well, you know what they say. The bigger they are, Deku said. 1, Peach shouted. The harder they fall, Deku said. Go, Peach shouted. Cover your eyes, Deku shouted. David and Penny quickly did so, as Deku put his hands close together and released a blinding light. While he had been talking to Yatsuhashi, he had crushed 2 fire dust crystals in his hands, absorbing the fire into his gauntlets. As the blinding light began to fade, Deku charged forward at Yatsuhashi, tackling him away from the other and out of sight of the present spectators. Amazing. Mr. Midoriya has blinded his opponents and separated the opponents. What a surprise attack! But is that allowed? Peach asked. It's considered pre-battle preparations. No difference than loading bullets. And Mr. Dik Begis has also taken advantage of this as well. Shooting fire as well from his weapon while his hand was in his pocket, Glinda said. Fire, Crotch Peach said. No, Glinda shouted. You're sure the right move was to split us up, Yatsuhashi asked. We haven't gotten as many chances to fight as a team when compared to yours. It's better to split up and not get in each other's way, Deku said. A wise decision, Yatsuhashi said. Yatsuhashi then swung his sword to the ground, creating a shock wave, sending Deku flying back. As he landed, he shot 10 air bullets at Yatsuhashi. He used his big sword to block most of them. Deku and Yatsuhashi got into their fight. It was a fight between speed and power. As Yatsuhashi went for a strike, a black tendril latched onto his sword and threw his swing off its trajectory. Meanwhile, Coco had pinned David behind a tree as she unloaded her minigun in his direction. A third of David's aura had gone, but thankfully Coco's minigun had run out of bullets. Once I reload, that tree won't be there much longer, Coco said. Like I don't know that, David said. David then stepped out from behind the tree. What's he doing now? Blake asked. I have no idea, Jack said. Mr. Dikebegis steps out of hiding. Is he going to surrender? Peach asked. Don't think that I'll miss from this up close, Loverboy. Or do you believe you're faster than a speeding bullet? Coco asked. Definitely not. But David said. David then put a load of dust in his pockets. Are you crazy? Coco asked. Maybe a little bit, David said. Dust. Mr. Dikebegis filled all the pockets of his clothes with dust crystals, Peach said. Outside the protective. What is he thinking? If a single one of Miss Adele's bullets hits it, Glinda said. Loverboy, are you out of your mind? You're taking this way too seriously, Coco said. Says the woman getting miffed about me sucker punching her, David said. This is just an exhibition match, Coco said. And dust is just fuel or bullets, right? Truth tell, I didn't really want to do this. But Penny did, this is important for her. And I'll be damned if I don't give 100% to everything I do, whether I like it or not, David said. Alright. I can respect that, Coco said. Coco then transformed her minigun into a purse. But you do realize I can kick your ass with it even while it's just a purse, right? Coco asked. Yes. I'm painfully aware of that, David said. Coco then swung her purse at David, but before contact was made. Coming through, Deku shouted. Deku was up in the air falling down towards the fountain, but before landing he used Black Whip to latch onto 2 trees. Deku pulled himself towards the trees. As he did so, his feet skidded across the water, which caused Coco to become drenched in water. Mr. Midoriya has gotten Miss Adele wet, Peach said. Professor Peach, Glinda shouted. What? He did drench her in water, not my fault if you took it that way. And anyways, what's this new power he's showing off? Peach asked. I have no idea, Glinda said. That little Yatsuhashi, what the fuck? Coco shouted. He's as slippery as velvet. I can't pin him down, Yatsuhashi said, running past. If you want something do right, do it yourself, Coco said. Coco transformed her purse back into a minigun and began to shoot at Deku. Though Deku used his speed and Black Whip to stay in front of Coco's bullets. He moved around like a certain red and blue American superhero. Damn. Boy toy is slippery. But I got you now, Coco said, aiming in front of Deku. Mid-swing, Deku stopped using Black Whip. Then 2 explosions released from his hands, changing his direction. Deku then made AO with his left and put it on his right palm. AP machine gun, Deku shouted. A flurry of small explosions then released from his hand, firing down at Coco and Yatsuhashi. David quickly ran away to dodge the explosions. Yatsuhashi used his large size to protect Coco from the small but powerful explosions. Then all of a sudden they stop. Yatsuhashi and Coco looked to see Deku running away. Wait, why is he? Velvet. Yatsu. Don't you dare let him hurt my bun, Coco said. Yatsuhashi didn't need to be told twice, as he took off after Deku. He better not hurt, Coco said. David then sucker punched Coco, knocking her to the ground. You better run, lover boy, Coco angrily said. This is kind of disappointing. Why are you not using your weapon? Velvet Penny asked. It's complicated. Suffice to say, I want to keep it for the real tournament. No sense in wasting it on an exhibition match, Velvet said. I see. It would be wasted, here. I understand. Well, I guess we should, Penny said. Velvet. Watch out, Yatsuhashi said. How the girls said. Deku then shot past, planting his feet in Velvet's chest. Bring her along with his momentum. Penny turned towards Yatsuhashi and prepared to engage. Yatsuhashi then swung at Penny. Penny dodged out of the way of the strike. She was about to counterattack, but Yatsuhashi had ran past her to Velvet. Penny then gave chase. Velvet then got up from the floor and was met by the sight of Deku speeding towards her. Velvet went to kick Deku, but her view was blocked by smoke from an explosion. Deku moved around Velvet and then fired an explosion at her back. Deku then grabbed Velvet's arm and used small explosions to begin flipping Velvet over his head, like Bakugo did to him during their battle exercise with All Might. Though Deku couldn't complete the move, having to let go of Velvet mid-swing, sending her flying off, to block a strike by Yatsuhashi. What incredible moves by Mr. Midori are. Seems he's almost on the same level as his opponents. What do you think, McPartner Peach asked. Mr. Midoriya's combat experience and strategic thinking does make him an incredible opponent for the second years. Though they have a full year's worth more experience, so it could end either way, Glinda said. Deku and Yatsuhashi then began a slugfest, trading blows, but each standing their ground. Meanwhile, Penny had re-engaged Velvet after she was flung in her direction. Penny. Woohoo. Over here, David said, his personality sounding completely different. David, Penny asked. He's still in one piece, Velvet asked. You're not going anywhere near my partner, Coco said. Oh, it's fine. This is close enough, David said. You. Mr. Dikbegus swings his whip weapons towards his own teammate. It wraps around Miss Polendina's left forearm, Peach said. What is he? Velvet asked. What are you? Coco asked. Hey, Penny, David said. Yes, David, Penny asked. I'm not letting go if you aren't, David said. Affirmative, Penny said. Penny then grabbed hold of David's whip. No, Coco shouted, as David grabbed her. Yes, David said. Penny then swung David and Coco into Velvet. While that was happening, Deku was running out of aura. While he and Yatsuhashi had done equal amounts of damage to each other, Yatsuhashi's aura pool was much bigger and more durable than his. One for all. 100% Detroit. Smash, Deku shouted, slamming his fist into Yatsuhashi's body. This sent Yatsuhashi flying into Coco, Velvet and David, sending them into a wall. The force forms the punch created a huge amount of wind pressure, which breached the barrier. Which shocked everyone even more than David's stunt. Using 100% of One for All had used up all of his remaining aura. So, the barrier is destroyed, which would disqualify the first year's, but also all of the second year's aura had been gone in the red before the barrier was breached. What's the call? McPartner Peach asked. As you said. The barrier is breached after all members of Team CVFY auras had been depleted. And since the only person with aura that's not in the red is Miss Polendina, Glinda said. So, I guess the winners are Miss Polendina, Mr. Dikbegus and Mr. Midoriya, Peach said. Yes, Glinda said. Hooray. And now we should probably check on them, Peach said. We did it, Penny, Deku said. Deku's face then went red as he saw that Penny was face down on the ground and ass up in the air, showing her green panties. Penny had not let go of David's whip when Deku punched Yatsuhashi into Coco, Velvet and David. We did. We beat a second-year team. Though I hope David's alright, Penny asked. That's all well and good, Penny. But mind standing up? You're showing your moon to me, Deku said, blushing as red as Ruby's cape. I don't mind if you keep looking, Penny said. The made Deku go even redder. Did Big Brother just go crazy, Bella asked. Kinda, Thilla snorted. Anyway, we should probably get going. I doubt he's going to wake up anytime soon after that, Thilla said. And he's not getting out of our room after he does. And I'm taking Izuku back right now, Evelyn said. Yes. We should go. But you're on my list, now, boobs. Both you and Belinda, Bella shouted. Yeah, Evelyn said. Bella and Thilla then left. Wait a minute. Who the hell's Belinda, Evelyn asked. You should probably go to him. Our Blake said. Yeah. I don't know whether to be proud or angry. And if angry, at who, Jack said. You've gotten one peculiar team there, Jack. It'll be interesting if we meet in the Vittle tournament, Blake said. If David survives Miss Goodwitch. Did you see her face, Jack asked. I hope he doesn't build a habit of suicide bombing, to be honest, Jack thought. Jack then felt something wet land on her head. Jack then looked up to see dark clouds above. Huh. It's raining, Jack asked. Wasn't it just bright and sunny a minute ago, Blake asked. It was. But how did this happen, Blake asked. Oh my gods. Mr. Midoriya's final attack has brought us rain, Peach shouted. Violet. Stop spreading lies, Glinda shouted. I'm not. I checked the live footage and noticed that dark clouds began to form after Mr. Midoriya's final attack. Such power, Peach shouted. Cinder was shocked by what she saw. Emerald, Cinder said. Yes. Cinder, Emerald asked. Were those the boys, the new acquaintances you made, Cinder asked. Yes. I mean, I didn't know the blonde was. But he seemed agreeable. And the green one. It's like he has two semblances. I believe they could be useful, Emerald said. I haven't decided what to make of them yet. For now. Just tell me more, Cinder said. Professor Peach and Glinda had gone down to the battlefield to check up on Coco, Velvet, Yatsuhashi and David. Jack then walked up to Penny and Deku. Now there are 1,000 things I could say, but all I'm gonna say is. Well done, Jack said. Thanks, Penny said. So how are they, Jack asked. They have sustained a few injuries. But they'll all be fine, Deku said. That's good to hear. I need to have a word with him, Jack said. Is this about the wrecking ball, Penny asked. Yes, Jack said. Don't be, Deku said. Izuku, Evelyn shouted. Evelyn then jumped on Deku, shoving her boobs into his face, and making Deku grab hold of her ass. Deku's face went bright red. That was so cool, Evelyn said. Thanks. But can you, Deku said. His voice muffled by Evelyn's tits. Nope, Evelyn said. Carrots, Jack said. Fine, Evelyn said. Evelyn then removed her boobs from Deku's face and slid down, though still in Deku's arms. Deku could see her bra through her shirt due to the rain, which made him tense up and held Evelyn's ass tighter. She gave a mischievous look and then leaned into Deku's ear. I want you to pound me until the weather changes, Evelyn said. This made Deku's face go even redder. Deku then felt a set of hand wrap around his waist. He looked back to see Penny. Penny, Deku asked. I'm feeling quite affectionate right now, Penny said. Then let's take him back to our room, and Evelyn said. No, nope. I'm not staying to listen to this, Jack said. Jack then walked off. I agree with your decision, Evelyn, Penny said. Evelyn and Penny then dragged Deku off, back to their room. Ah. Young Love Peach said. After entering their dorm room, Evelyn and Penny put a makeshift do not disturb sign on the door and then locked it. They threw Deku onto the double beds before climbing on top of him. Evelyn started to remove Deku's clothes while Penny started to fondle Deku. Wait. I'm not ready, Deku shouted. Neither am I. But there's a lot we can do that isn't intercourse, Penny said. Like this, Evelyn said. Evelyn then nibbled on Deku's ear, and Penny joined in. By the way, this is gonna cost you 50 rounds, Evelyn said. The three spent the rest of the day in their room together, giving each other kisses, hickeys and bite marks. Penny and Evelyn also grinded on Deku's crotch, making him and then come. Meanwhile, Jack was in the cafeteria. It's going to be a little while then, Mr. Cook said. It's fine, take your time. I understand it's a complicated request, Jack said. Nah, not complicated, just long. I say you have enough time to go take a walk to Vale for groceries and back, the cook said. Heh, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Jack said. Sounds like enough time for answering a couple questions, too, Lisa said. Ha, Jack said. Great show out there. The Schnee girl didn't even know what hit her, Lisa said. I guess. And you are. Actually, you look familiar, Jack said. You've probably seen me on TV. I'm Lisa Lavender, Lisa said. The anchorwoman, Jack asked. Please just say journalist. I hate the sound of that word, so bloated. Still, not at the moment. For a few weeks I'll be back to my roots, actually looking up news myself, Lisa said. I see. And am I news, in your eyes, Jack asked. Well, I have to run a piece on these exhibition matches and you were the show stealer today. Along with that Ijuku kid. Being able to change the weather with a punch. That's bound to bring in the clicks, Lisa said. Team JNPR also brought home an unexpected victory, Jack said. Pyranikos's team. Whoop-de-doo, what a surprise, Lisa said. That's fair, Jack said. Fair is my second name. So, got some time for an interview while we wait for that cake to be done, Lisa said. I guess I do, Jack said. And afterwards, would you mind introducing me to Ijuku, Lisa asked. That may be difficult. There's a reason why I agreed to talk with you. I'm currently locked out of my room for the time being. You can probably guess what's happening, Jack said. I see. We were all like that at one point, Lisa said. Then I haven't gotten there yet, Jack joked. The two then sat down and began the interview. So you're from Vacuo, Lisa asked. Yes. And since you're probably going to find out anyway, I'm the eldest daughter of the George C. Ivory, of the defunct Ivory Corp, Jack said. Oh. I see. Decking a Schnee must have felt quite cathartic, then Lisa said. You'd think so, but, no. Weiss is just a girl my age and I would have liked our battle to last longer. The brutal brevity of our exchange was because of the arena more than anything else, Jack said. Very noble of you, Lisa said. No. Just objective, Jack said. Hopefully we get to see a rematch during the Vital tournament. Are you going to take part in it, Lisa asked. Selection is limited. And while one of my teammates is more than eager, another is completely against it. But since we're a team of 5 that shouldn't be a problem, Jack said. Yeah. About that. Why does your team contain 5 members, Lisa asked. Ozpin, Jack said. I see. So, how's life as a student of Beacon, then Lisa asked. A novelty, at first. It's been years since I've actually been stuck in a single place for more than a month, being around the same people. It's fun having a team. And being a leader. It's also new. Sometimes scary, Jack said. That's what being responsible for someone else will do to you. I have so many stories about interns, Lisa said. I bet you do, Jack said. Are your teammates orphans, like you, Lisa asked. Jack was shocked to hear that. Maybe not all of them, Lisa said. You. How do you, Jack asked. Ozpin's and Ironwood's operations may have tighter seals than submarine compartments, but the same can't be said for their counterparts in Vacuo and Mistral. Also, I can attest that there's never, ever been a case of a group of students joining Ozpin's school in the middle of a scholastic year. I know the records by memory, Lisa said. What is it you want, Jack asked. Shine a light on Ozpin's shadows. Bring to the public everything he's been hiding before it explodes in everyone's face. I honestly only came to Beacon today for a piece on the matches, maybe to snoop around a little. But I couldn't not approach one of the people who got stopped and immediately released by the police after the incident in the markets last Sunday, Lisa said. How, Jack asked. You don't get as far as I am in this kind of job without building up a web of contacts. Including in the police, Lisa said. A web of contacts, Jack said. I sense some interest, Lisa said. There may be. First, though, let me tell you that what happened in Vale last week doesn't concern Ozpin at all. It was something personal, Jack said. And Ozpin intervened, as always, to cover his ass, Lisa said. I'd say he covered my ass, Jack said. Yes, but... Oh, long story, and not something I'm willing to let go of without something in return, Lisa said. So? You want a story, Jack asked. I want the truth. No one goes to the lengths Ozpin has to keep people out of his affairs without good reason, Lisa said. All right, 3 conditions. First, I need to talk about this with my teammates. They are involved. Second, if you plan to go public with anything that I share, you're gonna have to wait until you have the whole story. No half-truths or sensationalism. It may sound cliché, but you don't know what you're asking, Jack said. Who do you take me for, a tabloid rag inker? Of course I'll only run and complete, validated story, Lisa said. And third, let's do a test. It also ties into the story, so it works for both of us, Jack said. A test, huh? Fine. Who's the target, Lisa asked. Where's Van Gertie? He's a Beacon alumni. We recently discovered he had involvements with the Vale underworld. And he's currently a pain in the neck, Jack said. I might just kiss you, right now. Let's exchange scroll contacts, Lisa said. After exchanging scroll, Lisa and Jack departed ways. Jack started to make her way back to her dorm room. As she reached the door, she put her ear to it to find out whether or not Evelyn and Penny were done with Deku. Thankfully she heard nothing. Ah, Miss Ivory. Good evening, Peach said. Good evening, Professor, Jack said. Jack then noticed that Professor Peach had an unconscious David with her. So David's alright, Jack asked. Yep. He's fine. He just hasn't woken up yet. And considering what he did, I doubt he'll wake up tomorrow morning, Peach said. I see. Anyways, I'll take him off your hands. I doubt the other are in a decent state, Jack said. Probably for the best. I remember when. Never mind, Peach said. Okay, Jack said. Jack then took David off Professor Peach's hands and entered the room. She saw Evelyn, Penny and Deku in the same bed. Deku had the top half of his outfit off, Penny was in her bra and panties, while Evelyn, she was completely naked. Jack could see a bunch marks on their bodies and some wet spots on the bed and their clothes. She blushed and then put David in Evelyn's bed. I really dread the day when they all do it together. I'm never gonna be able to sleep again, Jack said. Jack then got changed into her sleepwear and went to bed. Though a short while later Jack could hear moaning. Seriously? Right now? Some of us are trying to sleep, Jack thought. Jack then opened her eyes and saw Evelyn straddling Deku, playing with one of her big toys. Oh, fuck. I can't wait. Please don't be too much longer. I want your big fat, Evelyn said. Jack closed her eyes and put her hands over her ears, but it did little to block the noises, and so Jack was kept away for the next few hours. Monday. Day 57. Deku woke up in the morning to see the rear end of Evelyn's body. Her butt was just below his face, while Evelyn's head was by his crotch. Good morning, Penny said. Good morning, Pen, Deku said. He then noticed that Penny was in her bra and panties and that his hand was groping her butt. Sorry, Deku said. It's all right. I don't mind you groping me. It shows you physically attracted to me, Penny said. This made Deku's face go even redder. How many times were these girls going to make him go redder and hotter than the sun? Evelyn then yawned. Good morning, Eve, Deku said. Evelyn then sat up, planting her butt on Deku's face, her lips meeting his. Deku tried to speak but his voice was muffled. Good morning, Aiju. Enjoying the view, Evelyn asked. Evelyn, what are you, Penny asked. We've got some time before school starts. Let's have some fun, Evelyn said. Evelyn. Get off, Deku, Penny angrily said. Don't worry, Penny. I'm pretty sure he likes it, Evelyn said, looking at the bulge in Deku's pants. Evelyn then bent down towards it, keeping her butt on Deku's face. Let's have a look and see you at full attention, Evelyn said. Evelyn then started to unzip Deku's outfit below his crotch, but she didn't get far as Deku forced himself up. Forcing Evelyn over the end of the bed, her head on the ground while her butt was stuck up on the end of the bed. Taking charge, are we? I like it. Do what you want to me, Evelyn said. Deku quickly got up from the bed and entered the bathroom. Moo, Evelyn said. Evelyn. What was that, Penny asked. What was what, Evelyn asked. You were more forward with Aijuku than you've ever been before. What brought this on, Penny asked. I'll admit. I've become frustrated with him. What I said yesterday and earlier wasn't a lie. I really want him to pound me. I've been having dreams about it, and him using his semblance on me. It gets me really excited. I just wish it wasn't taking so long, Evelyn said. Well, I'll tell you this. I caught him masturbating to us, Penny said. Really, Evelyn asked. Yep. I'm 100% sure he's doing it right now, Penny said. Evelyn then put her ears to the bathroom door and could hear Deku pleasuring himself and saying all sorts of naughty things about her and her body. Penny, Evelyn said. Yes, Evelyn, Penny asked. Would you mind going into the kitchen, Evelyn asked. Roger that. Have fun, Penny said. As Penny went to enter the kitchen, she noticed that Jack was awake and using her pillow to cover her ears. A while later, Jack, Penny, Deku and Evelyn had all washed up and gotten change, ready for classes. David, however, was still unconscious. Shall we wait until David is conscious again, Penny asked. I think we should. He did take quite a beating, Deku said. You feel guilty about collateral damage, Jack asked. A bit. I mean, he probably would have been in the same state either way, Deku said. I'm sure he won't be mad, Aiju, Evelyn said. I know that. It was his idea to become a wrecking ball, Deku said. Which I hope doesn't become a habit of his to suicide bomb stronger opponents, Jack said. Then we best make sure of that. We shall wait for David to awake, Penny said. No school today. What's one day of not learning, Evelyn said. A day missed catching up, Peach said. Professor Peach, Jack said. What are you doing here? Evelyn asked. I'm here to make sure you don't miss a day at school, Peach said. But Penny said. No buts, my little students. You're all far behind enough as it is. You can't miss a day of learning when you four are all 100%, Peach said. But David, Evelyn said. I know you are worried about him, but I assure you, he will be fine. Now you should go. You don't want to miss breakfast, Peach said. Okay, Professor. Come on, team, we have classes to attend, Jack said. Moo. But I wanted to give him my special breakfast, Evelyn said. You mean play how many goes before the school day ends, Deku said. You wanna play that game, Evelyn asked. We'll be going, Professor Peach, Deku said. Oh. One more thing. Weza Van Gertie was one of my favorite students, Peach said. You know about our relationship with him, Jack asked. I do. Glinda let slip about it. And I'm sorry I didn't notice the path he was taking. But I wish to make it right, Peach said. Does that mean you'll help us, Deku asked. Yep. I will not stand by and watch my students go through this like some other teachers, Peach said. Thank you so much, Professor, Penny said. Yeah. It's a relief that we have a teacher on our side, Evelyn said. You're welcome. I'll tell you more about what I know later. You have classes to get to, Peach said. The four of them then left their dorm room happier than they could ever be. Alright, that should do it for dinner, Jack said. We shouldn't have David eat anything too complex yet, Deku said. Jack's scroll then went off. Already, Jack asked. What is it, Deku asked. Miss Lavender, Jack asked, answering the call. Good evening, kiddo. I got something for you, Lisa said. So soon, Jack asked. Yeah. Who do you take me for? I'm Lisa Lavender, Lisa said. That's amazing, Jack said. Well, it's also a bit of luck, but they say that's part of one's skills, after all. Anyway, point is that Mr. Van Gertie apparently wrote for my newspaper in the past, Lisa said. He wrote for your newspaper, Jack asked. Yup. Just freelance, nothing serious, a few articles in the science section. Mostly about dust. Anyway, thing is, to get invoiced for this kind of stuff, you're supposed to provide a billing address. And what do you know, there's one such invoice that isn't billed to Beacon Academy but instead, to an address in town. How much is this information worth to you? Then Lisa asked. At least a few questions, and an interview with Weatherboy. You're honestly amazing, Miss Lavender, Jack said. I know. So, what about we meet on Wednesday after class to exchange info, Lisa asked. Sounds good to me, Miss Lavender. Where should we meet, Jack asked. We're already making progress. That's an ace reporter for you, I guess, Jack thought. In the cafe in Vale. Can't wait to hear what you and Weatherboy have, Lisa said. Okay. See you then, Jack said. What was that about, Deku asked. Let's just say I've found someone who can help us, Jack said. That's great, Deku said. It's a miracle, that's what it is. And her asking price is a trade of information. And also, Jack said. And what, Deku asked. She wants to meet with you for an interview. She was here to do a story on the exhibition matches. And considering your performance, you can see why, Jack said. I see. So when does she want to meet, Deku asked. The cafe in Vale on Wednesday, after class. Can you do that, Jack asked. Of course, I can, Deku said. I still can't believe this. We are making some really progress now, Jack said. What does she want to know about, Deku asked. She wants to know about us, considering our late entry into Beacon, and she wants to shine the truth on Ozpin, Jack said. I'm sure Ozpin has a good reason for keeping things in the shadows, Deku said. That may be true. But one day his secrets are going to get out, and Lisa wants to make sure that the people know about it, before shit hits the fan. Now let's go have lunch, Jack said. Deku thought about everything that was kept secret from the public in his world, and he started to wonder if that was a good idea. Ozpin, Glinda and Ironwood were all gathered in Ozpin's office. You've always had a weak point for her antics, Glinda, Ozpin said. I'm terribly sorry, Ozpin, Glinda said. Of all the people to get involved in this matter, it had to be someone with a personal tie to that alumnus. We should keep the students confined to the school until this blows over, Ozpin, Ironwood said. I'm sadly unable to do that as of now, since I will need the services of Miss Damerot and Miss Ivory soon. While they can live with non-collaboration, outright obstacles on their path would sour our relationship. I didn't think the mismatched team I put together would become so close, Ozpin said. Despite everything, Penny is as close to them as can be, too. Using someone like a wrecking ball. That level of trust, Ironwood said. With a hint of insanity, Glinda said. And Mr. Midoriya's power. Or should I say powers is concerning, Ironwood said. Also, confining them out of the blue after the way they put themselves in the spotlight, that would raise questions. If we do catch them breaking the rules, though, that will give us an exhaustive answer to those who would raise those questions, Ozpin said. I see, Ironwood said. Are you that confident that they will break school rules anytime soon, Ozpin, Glinda asked. Well, now that Miss Peach is involved, it's only a matter of time. Now James, I think you should know more about Mr. Midoriya, Ozpin said. David had now woken up and headed to the cafeteria to join the rest of his team. Penny and Evelyn were now all over David. So, why are you all over him, Jack asked. Because the stunt he pulled was so much like something I would do. I'm so proud, Evelyn said. It too, Penny, Deku asked. Because I was feeling sad, but David's ideas made me enjoy battle again, Penny said. And we've already been all over Aiju. Only fair we give Davy some attention, Evelyn said. I don't want to burst your bubble, but I wasn't completely in my right mind, there, David said. It was your semblance, right, Deku asked. Yeah. Apparently I had only started discovering it, David said. Alright, let's focus. Point 1. We finally have a direct line to Wes's whereabouts and another to his interests, Jack said. I doubt he may still be using his old address, but anything could help us shed some light on his interest in David and his guest, Penny said. And speaking of shedding light, I got a question about something our little firecracker said to me, Evelyn said. You mean Bella called you something other than boobs, Deku said. No. She called me boobs as she swore revenge on me after finding out she's got some serious competition for my hunky meat, here, Evelyn said. Please never call me that again, David said. Oh, don't be such a stiff, hunky, Penny said. The others were surprised to hear that from Penny. I'm sorry. Did I mess up the timing, Penny asked. We are just surprised. That's my partner, Evelyn laughed. Anyway, Bella swore revenge on me and a certain Belinda. Now my question is, who the hell's Belinda, Evelyn asked. It's me, Jack said, blushing. You're Belinda, David asked. I'm Jacqueline B. Ivory, remember. Belinda is my second name, Jack said. I figured the B stood for a second name, but... Belinda, Penny questioned. It was my mother's name, but never mind that. To know that minuscule detail you need privileged knowledge about my family, Jack said. Which either means a very good information network or they were close to your family, Deku said. Which means that, Jack said. Evelyn had slid down in her seat and began to laugh. Carrots, Jack said. Belinda. Her second name is Belinda, Evelyn laughed out loud. Seriously, Evelyn? Don't you understand what this means, Jack asked. Oh, no. I understand perfectly. Belinda, Evelyn laughed hysterically. Oh come on. It's just a bit old-fashioned, Jack shouted. Actually, Jack. You're the first person I have knowledge of named a Belinda who hasn't passed her 50s. Penny laughed. That's a bit more than old-fashioned. David laughed. Partner, not you too. Come on, it's not that funny, Jack said. Yes it is, Evelyn laughed. You shut up. Come on guys. This is serious. Bella, maybe Isabella, my little sister, Jack said. The three then stopped laughing. Finally serious. Do you understand what this means? For years I've been doing nothing but thinking, Jack said. Does she have a second name as well? David asked. Yes, Jack said. What is it? Penny asked. Anselma, Jack said. The three then burst out laughing again. Oh my gods. Isabella, Anselma, Ivory, Evelyn laughed. There is no one in the Atlas ANA graph younger than 65 with that name. Penny laughed. Can't breathe, David laughed. I guess it's quicker if I just shut up and wait for you to get it out of your system. You got anything to say about our names? Jack asked. Nope. A name is just a name. Doesn't matter how weird or old it is. It's yours, and you should be proud of it, Deku said. Thanks. It's nice to hear that, Jack said, blushing. And I promise that we will get your sister back, Deku said, holding Jack's hands. Jack's face went even redder. I hope so, Jack said. Ren was currently in his team's dorm room. Oh Ren, Nora said. Nora. How can I help you? Ren asked. You can kinda help by coming with me so we can go talk somewhere private, Nora said. Easy enough. Let's go, Ren said. Nora and Ren made their way to the gardens. So. Start talking, Nora said. I'd love to, Nora, but you still haven't provided a subject, Ren said. Freaking smarty pants. You know what I'm talking about, Nora said. Well. Yes, I guess I do dress quite sharply, Ren said. I'm starting to understand how Pyrrha feels. Alright, let's spell it out. After I left you and Deku alone that last time, you told him that he needed to train his stamina if he wanted to exercise with me, Nora said. Did I? Ren asked. Except right now my routine is focusing on gaining mass, which is the reason why I offered our buff acquaintance to train together. He'd probably be able to lift higher sets of weights than me, Nora said. Oh, indeed, Ren said. So why did you tell him he needed to make sure he had high stamina to train with me? Nora asked. Except that's not what I said, Ren said. What? Nora said. The conversation may have been prompted by his desire to accept your offer to train together, yes, but my exact words were, you're going to need stamina to keep up with Nora. Izuku had interpreted it as a suggestion to exercise, but that wasn't my intention, Ren said. Ren. What are you doing? Nora asked. Just making sure, Ren said. Making sure? I barely know him, Nora said. But you do want to get to know him better, Ren said. Well, yes, he's fun and all, but I'm not thinking, Nora said. I think you should, Ren said. How? How can you say that? Nora asked. Because I feel like you're restraining yourself. Because of me, Ren said. Not because of you, Ren. Because of us, Nora said. You mean there's the risk I'd end up not being the most important person of your life? Ren asked. Of course not. Could I with you? Nora asked. Not really. So Ren asked. It's just weird. Considering, Nora said. Nora. Do you remember what I told you, that time? Ren asked. I won't be your restraint, Nora said. I still stand by that. You'll always be the most important piece of my existence, Nora. But there are some things I don't match with you on, and vice versa. It's only bad luck that we don't match on critical matters. Nothing we can do about it, Ren said. No matter how much I'd want to, Nora asked. Yes. I care about you too much to force you into that situation, Ren said. Couldn't you just care about me a little less? Nora asked. We both know that's never going to happen, Ren said. Find me another girl who gets such a confusing rejection, Nora said. Twice, too. You can be so stubborn, Ren said. But that's why you like me, isn't it? Nora asked. Team JPDE were all in the kitchen, just Haven finished eating dinner. I trust all the chuckles have been spent, Jack asked. Spent enough, Evelyn laughed. Best I can hope for, I guess, Jack sighed. So, my idea, as crazy as it sounds, may actually be true. Bella may be my younger sister. That'd explain why she knows my second name and how she possesses my father's lighter, Jack said. Which would mean that Ozpin lied about her death. What a snake, Evelyn said. Knowing him, he may have just my mother fear seeing the body and left her to think it was like so, Jack said. Same result. I'm sorry, Jack, David said. Still, this doesn't explain how she survived that night, Penny said. However it happened, it definitely has something to do with Weiss, Deku said. Does it, really? David asked. What do you mean, partner? Jack asked. But she is in leagues with Weiss, how could it not have been him? Deku asked. But Weiss graduated Beacon 3 years ago, it means he's now 24, David said. Jack, when your sister disappeared, he was even younger than what she is now, Penny said. Shoot, it's true, Evelyn said. Then maybe it was Howard. Maybe that's not what he really looks like. Maybe he's older, Jack said. Sorry to burst that bubble, but I saw his past, remember? Evelyn said. Damn it, it can't be unrelated, Jack said. It isn't, Jack. There's no way that all of this with you sister is unrelated. We just have to find out what it is, Deku said. The questions just keep piling up, Jack said. There's a question we can give an answer to right now. If Bella is your sister, Jack, what should we do? Penny asked. I don't know. I'd like to take her back, but I don't know if that's possible, Jack said. She didn't recognize you, David said. Or if she did and still attacked me. I don't know what happened to her over these years, but she's definitely not all right in the head. But she's powerful. I'm not going to risk your lives on a fool's errand, Jack said. So we just need to make it not a fool's errand, Evelyn said. Yes. We need to make it possible, and to do that, we need more information, Jack said. Professor Peach can certainly help us with part of it, Penny said. But for the rest, we'll need to get it out of Bella herself, David said. You don't seem happy about having to spend more time with such a cute girl, Evelyn said. It's less the cute part that worries me and more the unhinged part, David said. Oh, she just wants to kill me and Jack. It's no big deal, Evelyn said. No big deal, she says, Jack said. Well, you were at odds, but now you're friends. Maybe Bella can become our friend as well, Penny said. That would be the best option, Deku said. Like we could ever be so lucky, David said. Tuesday. Day 58. Lessons had just ended for the day, and they were about to head to the mess hall when they saw a guy with black skin, maroon hair and completely white eyes. Hi, Deku said. Hello, he said. Can we help you? David asked. Not directly, he said. And what is it you're exactly doing? Deku asked. Observing you two, he said. We noticed, but why? David asked. Also, why so blatantly? It's kind of unnerving. We don't even know you, Deku said. I'm aware. It's on purpose, he said. You're trying to unnerve us on purpose? David asked. Yes, to have a feeling of your states of minds and auras when under pressure. But right now you two just feel weirded out, he said. That sums it up nicely. But seriously, who? David said. And what exactly are you doing? Fox Coco asked. Hey, Coco. How are you feeling? Deku asked. Better than David's sorry ass, that's for sure. And screw you for getting me wet. Now, I asked you a question, Fox Coco said. Reconnaissance on your nemesis, Fox said. My what's now, Coco asked. Where her what now, David asked. He did hand you a pretty sound defeat and Ijuku ruined your clothes. And you swore some pretty creative revenge on each of them, Fox said. Okay, first of all, David did not. That's saying that a chisel creates statues. He literally got used as a bludgeoning weapon, Coco said. But the idea was mine, David said. Shut up, bludgeon. Second, I didn't swear revenge. I just vented my frustrations a little, Coco said. And what about me, Deku asked. Same thing. You ruined my clothes, Coco said. So I should stop looking for any opening you could use to shove your purse up there, Fox said. Yes. Also please stop talking, Coco, David and Deku shouted. I see. I shall put revenge on hold and act myself accordingly to the role of an upperclassman, then. My name is Fox. I hope we can all get along, Fox said. Fox then walked off. I can't help but feel like we're missing some context, Deku said. The context is that I've been fuming and seething since the match, with my team taking on the roles of unwilling recipients of my laminations, Coco said. Oh. You mean, Deku asked. Yeah, this was his way of nipping it in the bud and reminding me to act my age. For a blind guy, he can see better than a lot of people, Coco said. Oh, so that's why his eyes. I thought he was some kind of faunus, David said. Actually, he is. But that's a story for another time. Anyway, back to acting like an upperclassman. Congratulations on your team's victory. We took that match lightly and... well, the rest is history. Good job out there, Coco said. I don't think Yatsuhashi took the match lightly. He hits like a truck, Deku said. He actually hits like a train. You were just too fast for him once he realized you were a proper challenge, Coco said. Should I be insulted by that, Deku asked. Maybe. Anyway, thanks, Coco. That means a lot coming from you, David said. Oh, enjoy it while you can, since it's going to remain a one-time occurrence. Next time we fight. I'm not losing, Coco said. I think you just got a rival, Deku said. I think I did, David said. Deku had gone to the amphitheater to train with Nyan. Okay, so. Backhanded compliments aren't really your thing, I guess, Nyan said. Sorry. I just have a mental block about purposely weaponizing kindness, Deku said. I'd say. Okay, nothing complicated this time. Let's go back to basics for this. Now, can you give me a definition of insult, Nyan asked. A disrespectful or scornfully abusive remark or act, Deku said. What a nerd, you didn't even need to look it up, Nyan said. So this is the next lesson, Deku said. Yup. This time, it's about taking something you notice that stands out about your target and take the piss out of them, Nyan said. Something that stands out, Deku said. Indeed. You exaggerate it and make it sound bad to get under their skin. Easy. So go right ahead. Come on, there must be a lot of things about me that stand out, Nyan said. Well, yeah, but Deku said. Easy there. First of all, why don't you pick something that stands out and we go from there, Nyan said. I really like your tail, Deku said. Oh thanks, Nyan blushed. You like it so much you can't think of mocking it, Nyan asked. Something like that, I guess. But honestly, it stands out but in a not obstructing way, so Deku said. It's not supposed to be. All it needs to do is stand out even a little, then exaggerate it, Nyan said. Your tail looks prehensile. I bet you use it for more than what you'd like to admit, Deku said. Hey. Maybe, Nyan blushed. That was no trash talking at all, Deku said, blushing. It was late at night and Bella was out on the safe house balcony. You're still thinking about it? Thiller asked. Of course. Getting rid of those two timing hussies is a very important step on our path to happiness. But if they are his teammates and friends, Big Brother would be angry with me. And I can't think of any way to make it look like an accident, Bella said. Accident or not, he would still be sad if he wasn't angry with you, Thiller said. Well, if he's sad that means I will be able to comfort him, no, Bella asked. Wouldn't you prefer if he wasn't sad to begin with? Thiller asked. Yes, but how can I do it? Bella asked. It's probably impossible. His teammates are the most important people in his life, after all, Thiller said. That's it, Bella said. Excuse me, Thiller asked. I just need to become the most important person for him before I exterminate those hussies. That way he won't be sad, Bella said. I don't think, Thiller said. Bella's scroll then went off. It's Big Brother. This is a sign. See? He's already thinking of me, Bella said. Bella, he's thinking of you because, Thiller said. Hi, Big Brother. Yes, of course I can talk, Bella said, answering her scroll. This had gone too far, Thiller said. Wednesday. Day 59. You think I like this? It's all a big waste of time, Howard said. It's disgusting, is what it is. The longer it goes on, the more it's going to hurt, Bella, Thiller said. And when she does, goodbye chances of taking the guy alive. Although, considering we don't have a way of extracting the flame yet, maybe there's no other option anyway, Howard asked. You don't care about her at all, do you? Thiller asked. And you do. All that you care about is that she keeps in shape, Howard said. I suggest you hold your tongue, Howard, if you like your head where it is, Thiller said. Always violence. But seriously, Thiller, you're barking up the wrong tree if you want sympathy for that little pain in the butt, Howard said. I clearly am. But it's not your sympathy I wanted to appeal to, Thiller said. What else, then? Howard asked. If Bella explodes upon refusal, it will only make our jobs even harder. Especially if she explodes in a city like Vale, Thiller said. If Ozpin wanted to come after us, he would have already done so, Howard said. And what about the Vale police? Thiller asked. I guess I could try and talk to Weiss, Howard said. Yes. You could, Thiller said. Jack and Deku had made their way to the cafe Lisa said she would meet them at. Should two young students skip class to come hang out in bars? Lisa asked. We're not skipping anything. We just took the first bullhead out of Beacon once classes were over, Jack said. Aren't you too diligent? Ozpin must love having the both of you as underlings, Lisa said. Actually I don't work for Ozpin, Lisa said. Wait, really? But you have such a powerful semblance. Ozpin must have approached you, Weather Boy, Lisa said. Oh, he did. But that was the day before our entrance exam before the second semester started, Deku said. How very strange. Ozpin never lets anyone like that out of his grasps willingly, Lisa said. Well, he has nothing to offer me in return, Deku said. Fair enough, Lisa said. Before Izuku rambles on and on. There's a lot to talk about here, so, what would you like to know first? Jack asked. Usually, I'd just let you talk as much as I consider the information worth. But since the subject matter interests me. What about I let you guys decide? Lisa said. Hey, thank you. But it's been a long story since I've last thought myself as a kid. Keep that in mind. Anyway, for an address. I will tell you what happened on the day that meteor fell on Vale, Jack said. We're so lucky I don't go for younger partners, Lisa said. Jack and Deku then told Lisa about what happened on that day. Well, that's a story that will never be topped. A boy born from a meteor, how interesting, Lisa said. You better not, Jack said. Go public with it until I know the whole story. I know, Lisa said. Just wanted to make sure, Jack said. Now shall we start that interview where the boy Lisa asked. Sure, but my name is Izuku Midori, Deku said. But it's such a good nickname for you, Lisa said. But he already has a nickname, and it's Deku, which means something in Old Mistral language, Jack said. You speak Old Mistralia, Lisa asked. Yep, and so does everyone in my village, and my name can be read as Deku, which means useless, but it can also be translated to you can do it, Deku said. Not really my type of story. Many places use the old languages for special reasons. But I'll tell you this. You ramble on about yourself and I'll provide your next set of information for free, Lisa said. Sounds good to me. Ramble on, Izuku, Jack said. Okay, but first I need to go to the men's room, Deku said. Go ahead. Gives me time to get ready, Lisa said. Deku then stood up and went to the men's room. So do you like him, Lisa asked. Huh. Yes. I of course like him. It would make things pretty awkward if we didn't get along, Jack said. I didn't mean it like that. For my witness reports they saw you being embraced by Izuku while you cried your eyes out on his chest, Lisa said. What happened that day was very personal to me and by extent my family. It was a lot to take in, Jack said. But afterward the police arrived, you didn't let go of his hand, Lisa said. Like I said. It was very personal, and Izuku was just comforting me, Jack said. You're blushing. Did you like being hugged, Lisa said. Okay, fine. Yes, I did. He hugged me just like my father used to do and I didn't want that moment to go away, Jack said. Are you sure there aren't any deeper feelings, Lisa asked. I'm positive, Jack said. Suit yourself. But you better not wait too long. Sooner or later a girl will snatch him from you, Lisa said. Well, he already has 2 girlfriends, and is sharing them with David. So, I think he's already been snatched, Jack said. Well now. Isn't that interesting? Care to tell me more? I'm sure something like this would get you a big dump of info, Lisa asked. I'll let him tell you about it if he wants, Jack said. Deku then returned and told Lisa many things about his home. And also about his semblance. He also told her about a lot of nonsense. Okay, kid. You've given me more than enough, Lisa said. Oh, sorry, Deku said. No, it's fine. It's been a while since I have heard so much from someone who isn't old, Lisa said. Well, when should we meet up again, Jack asked. I'll call you when I've found something of interest to you. But for now, you should get going, Lisa said. Jack then checked the time. Oh shit. The last bullhead is about to leave. We need to hurry, Jack said. We'll never make it, Deku said. Better to try and make it still. Miss Goodwitch is gonna tear us a new one, Jack said. Not necessarily, Deku said. What do you, Jack said. Deku then picked Jack up bridal style and exited the cafe. Sorry to run off like this, Deku said. It's fine. I can't talk to you if you're grounded, Lisa said. Right, Deku said. Deku then actived OFA and jumped away. She more than just likes him as a friend, Lisa said. Deku and Jack were flying through the streets of Vale. Deku used Black Whip to swing between buildings and OFA to run across the smaller buildings. As Jack was being carried, she couldn't stop blushing. Being held by Deku again reminded her of her father again, but this time she was focused more on Izuku after what Lisa had said. Turning one swing, Deku shifted into his other arm, but as he grabbed hold of her he grabbed onto one of her boobs. Jack's face went as red as Deku's had gone before. She noticed however that Deku was not blushing, which meant that he didn't notice that he was groping her boob. She didn't know whether to be angry that he didn't notice where he was touching her or glad that he didn't and that he wasn't a blushing mess. They soon arrived at Beacon just as the school curfew was in force. Okay, Izuku, we're here. As much as I want to thank you for this, I want it to stop now. It's been giving me butterflies this whole time, Jack said. Oh, sorry, Deku said. It's fine. Just put me down, Jack said. But we're almost at our dorm room. And we don't want to risk the chance of running in rogue, Linda, Deku said. Good point, Jack said. Jack looked to see that their dorm room was basically right in front of them. And for some reason the window was open. Deku and Jack then flew through the window and landed on the floor, rolling a bit before stopping, with Jack on top of Deku. That's one way to make an entrance. But please never again, Jack said, breathing heavily. Sorry. I should have considered that you wouldn't be ready for that on your first time, Deku said. It's fine. Just be less rough. Next time. Your swings were all over that place, Jack said. And what are you two doing, Evelyn asked. The two looked to see the others. Well, you see, Deku said. We lost track of time in Vale, because Jack said. Because you were playing hide the cucumber, Evelyn asked. No, Jack and Deku shouted. Jack and Deku then tried to explain what happened, but Evelyn didn't seem to buy it. David and Penny then decided to step in and get Jack and Deku to eat their dinner and get ready for bed. By the time they got ready for bed, the others were already in bed. Evelyn. Please. I'm telling the truth. Me and Jack were not, Deku said, standing beside Evelyn's bed. Evelyn's hands then shot out and grabbed Deku, pulling his face into her boobs. I know that. I was just teasing you and Jackie. There's no way I'm letting her pop your cherry. I'll be the one taking it as I intended. Now shut up and kiss me, you, Evelyn said. Deku and Evelyn then began to make out. As they did, they kept Jack awake, which only made her think more about what had happened that day. When Deku and Evelyn finally stopped, Jack was able to go to sleep, but her mind was not going to let things go that easily. She had a nice dream about her and Deku being together, loving and caring for each other. As her dream went on, Jack smiled in her sleep. Thursday. Day 60. Team JPDE were impatiently waiting for Professor Peach's class to start so that they could know what Weather was into when he was at Beacon. The wait was. I bet she enjoyed knowing we were squirming, Jack said. I couldn't begin to guess what kind of information she'd want to share with us that would be suitable for a school curriculum. Too many variables, Penny said. She dangled a piece of meat in front of us and left us starving for 4 days. I like her style, Evelyn said. Of course you would, Deku said. Here she is, David said. Good morning, students. Happy to see there haven't been any defections yet, Peach said. Not for lack of trying, Ruby said. Ruby Weiss shouted. I guess Miss Rose is dreading another practice session in handling dust, Peach said. Yes, Ruby whined. Stop making me look bad in front of Professor Peach, Weiss whispered. How is she making you look bad? Young asked. Worry not, my so on the nose students. For today we're going to have a special theory lesson, Peach asked. Really? Weiss asked. Weiss, I don't think Ruby is the one making other people look bad, here Blake said. She did say that Weather was interested in the myths and theory of dust more than anything else, Jack said. Let me start by asking you a question, students. What did the people of Remnant pray to in the past? Peach asked. Is that a trick question? Weiss asked. Oh, Miss Schnee, you never cease to give me satisfaction. But it's an actual question, students. Why did the people of Remnant pray to, in the past? Peach asked. The gods, John asked. Yes, Mr. Ark, one would think that they would pray to divine beings because that's in the nature of a religion. But if you meant the same gods we worship today, that's sadly anachronistic, Peach said. Bummer, John said. Well, then different kinds of gods. Different regions give rise to different worship, Pyrrha said. Very good, Miss Nikos. But let's be even more specific about it. What I want to know from you is, What do you think people in the first days of civilization worshipped, way back before the Four Kingdoms, before machinery and settlements, even before the written world? Peach said. The whole class had fallen silent at Peach's question. It's the Earth, Cinder said. Oh. Very, very good, Miss Fall. Care to elaborate further for your fellow students? Peach asked. Deku looked at the girl who broke the silence. She had black hair and was wearing a red dress with gold highlights. It only makes sense. The earliest humans on Remnant worshipped the Earth, as a mother and protector, Cinder said. It makes sense. That implies there's a specific reason why they came to do so, doesn't it? Peach said. It does. And the reason ID dust, Cinder said. Don't you mean 2 reasons? David asked. Maybe I do. Mr. Wrecking Ball, Cinder said. Yeah. Anyway, it's also because of the Grim, isn't it? David asked. Precisely, Cinder said. Why the Grim too? Nora asked. You think the Four Kingdoms exist by the power of goodwill? Cinder asked. No, Nora said. They survive thanks to us. An ever-replenishing supply of trained soldiers to spend into an infinite meat grinder. Before hunters, they were armies and walls. Before that, it was just weapons, Cinder said. And before all of that, there's always been dust, David said. Exactly. We don't know much about those times, but we do know that Grim have existed at least as long as humans, and even in the earliest documented history, dust has been a part of human life. Surrounded by things nightmares are made of, they suddenly find that the Earth gives shining gems that allow them to harness the power of nature itself. Is it any wonder they came to worship it? Cinder asked. Exactly, Miss Fall. And good on your guess as well, Mr. Dik Begis. Now, let me give you a shock. This is, as you said, a very archaic form of worship. Later civilizations came to pray to more humanoid figures, more reflective of their state as humans. But if I told you that this archaic form of worship constitutes the basics of a much ridiculed theory about the very nature of dust? Peach said. Professor, you mean the living organism theory? Weiss asked. I had a feeling you'd know about it, Miss Schnee. Your family business is one of the more vocal detractors of this theory, Peach said. Well, yes. It is kind of ludicrous, after all, Weiss said. What? What is it? What does it say? Ruby asked. In short, it says that Remnant is alive, Weiss said. Wait. You mean Remnant? Remnant Young asked. The planet is alive, Blake asked. Yes, that Remnant. I told you it was ludicrous. According to this theory, Remnant isn't just a rock floating through space that just happens to sustain life, Weiss said. And Grim, Nora said. And Grim. Thank you oh so much, Nora. Anyway, the theory is that Remnant is an actual living organism. Extremists of this school of thought suggest it may even be sentient, Weiss said. And what does dust constitute in this theory? Ren asked. Dust is Remnant's antibodies. They are a defense mechanism against an aggression, which explains why it stops working when leaving the atmosphere. Antibodies don't survive outside of a host body, Weiss said. The Grim Jown asked. The Grim. And this is where it gets crazy, Weiss said. Crazier than a living planet? Pyrrha asked. Yes. Basically, according to this theory, neither Grim nor human are native to Remnant. Grim are an infection, a virus, while humans are, the equivalent to gut flora, Weiss said. What? Ruby asked. Yeah. Where external beings who thrive in her body and in return help her flourish by fighting common enemies, Weiss said. I don't want to be a bacteria, Ruby said. You're not, you dolt. As I said, it's a ludicrous theory. Proponents of it would have us cut usage of dust for anything that's not defense from the Grim, Weiss said. Well, your family doesn't listen to logical arguments like environmental effects or labor conditions. I doubt they would listen to some kind of fairy tale, anyway, Blake said. Shots fired, Young shouted. Wait just a minute. I'll have you know that, Weiss said. Are you sure we are external beings? Deku asked. Whatever do you mean by that, Weather Boy? Cinder asked. I mean, are we sure that we ourselves, as human beings, are instead the antibodies of Remnant? Deku asked. Now that's an interesting take, Cinder said. That's even more ludicrous, Weiss said. Is it? Having heard this theory, it got me thinking about it in terms of our own bodies, Deku said. Do go on, Mr. Midoriya, Peach said. Let me ask this. Does dust fight off the Grim by itself? Deku asked. No. It doesn't, right? Nora asked. It doesn't, Nora Ren said. If that's the case, then dust is not an antibody. If it was, I doubt the Grim would exist, Deku said. Then what is dust then? Jaun asked. An energy source. Just like how we need sustenance to function, to keep ourselves alive and thus our cells. Dust is the equivalent to food and water, Deku said. But where does it get its so-called food and water? Weiss asked. I don't know. All I know is that dust is the energy we humans use as antibodies to fight off the Grim, Deku said. If that's true, but that brings us right back to the same point of dust should only be used for defense, like Weiss said. Young asked. Are you sure it isn't? Deku asked. Please don't leave us in suspense. It's been a while since I've heard a new dust theory, Cinder said. Hunters, armies, and anything else that fights off the Grim wouldn't be much good if there was no food for them to eat, or places to rest, or new combatants to be trained. That's why dust can be used for non-military purposes. It's to make sure that her antibodies aren't all killed, Deku said. Then what about humans and fawns who don't become hunters? If we were antibodies, there would be no one on Remnant who wasn't fighting the Grim, Cinder said. Simple babies can be considered as stem cells, and as they grow, they develop into special cells of Remnant's body. Each has a special purpose to stop the infection of Grim from whining. You have hunters, as mentioned before. Scientists, who research and develop new ways of dealing with the Grim. Farmers, who provide food for the other cells to do what they do. And just normal people who you wouldn't consider to be special, Deku said. And what's so special about them? Ruby asked. It's not specific. They just have more time to do so, Deku said. So what is it? Weiss asked. Reproducing. In 1 second 1,000,000 cells die in your body, but you don't suddenly die, do you? Just like our bodies, we need to reproduce so we can continue to fight the Grim. That's why not all humans are hunters, and it's why the 4 kingdoms exist, Deku said. And what do you mean by that? Cinder asked. They are important organs of Remnant's body. If even one kingdom falls to the Grim, it could most certainly turn the war massively in the Grim's favor. And if all kingdoms fall, it's game over, Deku said. Just who is this kid? He's basically spelled out our plans. I'll have to keep an eye on him, Cinder said. Is that all? Or do you have more? Cinder asked. I do, Deku said. Deku then went on to explain many connections between Remnant and the human body. I have so many questions, Evelyn said. That's nothing new, Jack said. So this was Wezz's main area of interest while he studied at Beacon. This lot theory, David asked. What a lovely acronym, Penny said. N. Thanks, Penny. Anyway, the reason why Wezza wants me has to do with... I mean, that's crazy, David said. Well, it seems Izuku is following in Wezza's footsteps, so maybe not so crazy, but it doesn't really matter, does it? Jack said. Point taken, David said. Now we just have to snap Izu out of it, Evelyn said. Sorry to say, Evelyn, but I'm 99% sure that Izuku will be like this for a long time, Penny said. Deku continued to talk with Weiss, Cinder, Professor Peach and other interested students for the rest of the lesson and beyond. Night had fallen by the time the discussion was over. Deku had exited the classroom and was about to head to his dorm room. It's nice to see the youth so interested in dust, Cinder said. You including yourself? Deku asked. Of course. I am still young after all. Or do you think I look older? Cinder asked. No. You look far too young to be old, Deku said. You flatterer. Now, I don't think we've ever properly introduced ourselves. You may have heard the professor refer to me as Miss Fall, but my first name is Cinder, Cinder said. Cinder Fall. My name is Izuku Midoriya, Deku said. Yes, I remember from last Sunday. You and your traumat left quite an impact on the people around you. Starting with those 3 second years. You've also piqued the interest of my teammate. Which is a bonus, Cinder said. Emerald, right. She offered. To help each other, Deku said. You don't seem to like that idea, Cinder said. Because I don't. Honestly, I don't want to work with people with connections to crime. But since the good guys are of no help to our team, it's our only option, Deku said. Let me guess. Headmaster Ozpin is the prime example of the good guys you can't rely on, Cinder said. Yeah. So you're not a fan of him either, Deku said. Something like that. And I doubt we're the only ones. Because he wouldn't help you, you were forced to strike a deal with our common multi-haired acquaintance, Cinder said. Emerald offered more competent help. Are you doing the same? Deku asked. I could be. If it's in my interests. The real question is, what kind of help do you need? Izuku, Cinder asked. Right now, I need information more than anything else, Deku said. So you'd want us to acquire that information for you? Cinder asked. Right now I don't want you to do anything, Deku said. Excuse me, Cinder said. Simply put, I don't know if I can trust you with what has been happening with us. And we already have an information source that's more legal. I want to avoid being in debt to bad people, Deku said. Real stickler for the rules. So what are you gonna do about me? Cinder asked. I can't do anything to you. I have no evidence, and attacking you because of a hunch will bring more problems than you are worth, Deku said. Then we'll stay out of each other's way then, Cinder said. I would have to agree. But knowing this world, I will most likely need your help in the future, Deku said. Then I'll keep my ears open for you. Shall we shake on it? Cinder asked. Cinder extends her right hand towards Deku. Without a word, Deku extends his hand towards Cinder, and they shake hands. As Deku held on to Cinder's hand, he felt himself getting hotter. He kept a straight face though the pain of the heat. Oh my. Do you have a fever? You're all red, Cinder said. I think I'm just feeling hot. I haven't had a drink in a few hours, Deku said. That was a long discussion. Remember, always stay hydrated, Cinder said. Will do, Deku said. Cinder and Deku then went their separate ways. Deku started to ponder why touching Cinder made him feel like he was on fire. Friday. Day 61. Team JPDE had run out of coffee, and though Deku didn't really drink coffee at all, Jack had asked him to buy a new bag from the mess hall. Hello. I need a bag of coffee beans, Deku said. Sorry kid, we just sold the last bag. We're gonna get more in a couple days, the grocer said. You did? To whom? Deku asked. That girl over there, the grocer said. Deku looked to see that the grocer was pointing at Coco. Well, I guess it'll be cannibalism if you were a hot cocoa kind of gal, Deku said. Hello to you too. How are you doing? Coco asked. Just fine. So, coffee girl, Deku asked. I'm just me, boy toy. No label on this art piece. But if you really must know, I pride myself in being a cocoa master, just like my nana. And coffee is but an ingredient for my special brews, Coco said. Oh I see, Jack just uses it for regular coffee, Deku said. Jack huh? That your leader? The girl who fought Weiss, Coco asked. Yeah, Deku said. would you say she'd be disappointed if you don't come back with some Yava for her, Coco asked. Well, maybe just a little, Deku said. Then I guess there's only one course of action left for you, boy toy, Coco said. And that would be, Deku asked. You're going to challenge me for this bag, of course, Coco said. No thanks. Goodbye, Deku said. Wait, what? Coco asked. Deku then left the mess hall. Hey. What about Jack's cup of morning glory? Coco asked. I'm sure Jack can go a few days without coffee, Deku said. Deku was now in the gardens, walking towards the dorm to tell Jack that there's no more coffee beans. You actually ran out on me. What the hell, boy toy? Where's your guts form the exhibition matches? Coco asked, as she caught up to him. Gone until it's needed again. I'm not gonna fight you for something as small as a bag of coffee, Deku said. That's the wrong thing to say to me. Anyway, we're gonna fight again, Coco said. Shouldn't you be pick a fight with David? Deku asked. I probably should be doing that, Coco said. Why? Deku said. Honestly, because you're a better opponent than David is, Coco said. So this is about how the match ended, Deku said. Yeah. No offense to David's skills. He did get me, but that was only because he unlocked his cheat-ass semblance, Coco said. I don't think he would take offense to that. He would agree with your statement, Deku said. So you see why I want to fight you, Coco said. I do, Deku said. So Coco said. Sorry, but I'm still not going to fight you for a bag of coffee, Deku said. How about I made it a different kind of competition, instead of just a straight-up fight? Coco asked. I'm listening, Deku said. How about an endurance contest? Coco said. That sounds good to me. What kind of endurance test would it be? Deku asked. Not the fun type, sorry. I was thinking of push-ups. Whoever can for the longest before crumbling wins, Coco said. That sounds good. So I get the bag of coffee beans if I win? Deku asked. Already putting a wager on it. Since I already have the bag, if I win that won't be a fair deal, Coco said. So what do you want if you win? Deku asked. Information, to get to know you better. If I win, you're mine for a game of 21 questions, boy toy. And I will have you be truthful to me, Coco said. I see. Sure, I can do that, Deku said. Great. Hit me up when you feel ready for it. But don't keep me waiting too long, Izuku. I know where you live, Coco said. Coco then walked off. Well, that was very ominous, Deku said. Saturday. Day 62. Deku had decided that today was the day he had a rematch with Young. He took out his scroll and dialed Young. Hey Deku, Young said. Hey Young. Is this a good time for our rematch? Deku asked. Absolutely, been waiting for this moment, Young said. Okay, but first. Have you been resting? Deku asked. I have, Young said. That's good, Deku said. Get your butt down to the combat classroom later today for your smackdown, Young said. Okay. See you then, Deku said. Later that day, Deku made his way to the combat arena. He walked out into the classroom and looked around for Young. Deku was then suddenly thrown down onto the arena. Hey, that's cheating, Deku shouted. Is it, Deku? Is it? Young asked, standing over Deku. In a real battle, no. But in the confines of a duel, yes. Throwing me from the stands to the area is cheating here, Deku said. Or, come on, it was just a little pre-fight banter, Young said. Is that so? Deku said. Deku the kicked up, kicking Young in the face. The pre-fight banter is now over, Deku said. Let's start, then, Young said. Young then charged in at Deku, going to punch Deku in the face. Deku quickly moved his arms to block, but then Young changed her target and hit Deku in his side. Like my new moves? Young asked. See, you're picking up on my style, Deku said. Yep, Young said. Well, you aren't the only one, Deku said. Deku then rushed Young with one of her moves. Young went to block, knowing what he was doing. She had the perfect counter. Deku then switches up his moves using one of his moves. I've been using others' moves and tricks since I started, Deku said. Then I better try something new, Young said. Young then ran into the stands. So the whole classroom is our battleground, Deku asked. We never confirmed an area of battle, so Young said. What about the rules, Deku asked. Anything goes. All you have to do is get my aura in the red or hold me still for 10 seconds. Same goes for you, Young said. Deku said. What is it, Young asked. Nothing, Deku said, launching a sneaky attack on Young. Deku and Young then got into their rematch, using everything they had to get one up on each other. 8, Young said. Deku then tried to kick Young, but she dodged. 9, Young said. Deku then flicked his finger at Young. He had lost his gauntlets escaping from Young's previous holds on him. Young however tanked the attack. And 10. You lose, Deku, Young said. Do I, Deku asked. Huh. But I have you in a hold, Young said. But your aura is in the red, so it's a draw, Deku said. Is that what this is? My overwhelming dominance pining you down? From my point of view, it looks like I win, Young said. But you made the rules so. And you had to lose her scarf and her jacket to get out of my holds, Deku said. So you measure your worth by how naked you get a girl, Young said. I don't need to measure that, Deku said. Too bad I can't do the same for you, Young said. You got my gauntlets, Deku said. That's nothing to what you got me to do, Young said. Your fashion choice is your own, Deku said. But you like what you see, don't you, Young asked. A sweaty, smelly girl. No, I wouldn't say I like it, Deku said. That's no way to speak to a lady, Young said. You are by far not just a lady, Deku said. That's true. I'm a real animal in bed, Young said. So you like to sleep in a cave, Deku asked. Keep talking like that and I'll break your ribs with my legs, Young said. I've had worse done to my body. But I think I'd get and a full form recovery, girl, Deku said. Probably for the best. Can't beat you up too much. I want to go again, Young said. At least invite me to dinner next time, Deku said. I'll invite you to dinner right now. Need to recover our energy for further rounds, Young said. Deku and Young then had a shower each and then went to the mess hall to eat. They had gotten some food and drinks and had now sat down at a table. So, I've been meaning to ask, Young. Why is it that you want Ruby and the others to see you as some tank that can take anything thrown at her, Deku asked. It's a long story. And it has to do with a couple family tragedies, Young said. I hope I'm not pushing it too far, Deku said. It's fine. You should probably hear it to understand why I've become this way. The first was my mother. In the sense that herself was a tragedy, Young said. She was a bad mother, Deku asked. Mother only in name. She disappeared right after I was born and to this day I still don't know why, Young said. I'm sorry to hear that. My father was hardly ever around when I was young and was always gone when I was a child. He was always on missions, providing for us, Deku said. I wish my mother was like that. Second was Ruby's mother. She was a great mom and a greater huntress, but one day she never came back, Young said. I understand. I met a kid who lost both. Wait. You and Ruby have different mothers, Deku asked. Well, at least someone catches on quickly. Of course, it wasn't at the same time. Ruby's mom, Summer, stepped in to help my father, Tai, after my mother left. And soon, Ruby was born. And you want to know something else, Young asked. What is it, Deku asked. They were all teammates here at Beacon, Young said. That's Kind of unbelievable, Deku said. Though he wasn't thinking about Young and Ruby's parents' relationship, but his own. Anyway. Let's just say that losing both of the loves of his life didn't exactly leave my father in a good place. I had to grow up fast, Young said. But Ruby didn't, Deku said. You know here. You tell me, Young said. But now she is growing up to be a team leader. So why are you keeping up the act? You don't need to be the awesome older sister protector and role model any longer, Deku said. It's not that simple. While I no longer need to or can keep her from growing up, Ruby is sensitive and altruist to a fault. She's not stupid, she knows that no one is immune to pain or fatigue, she knows I'm faking being alright all the time. But if she knew exactly how much of a fake I am and always have been, Young said. She'd blame herself, Deku said. Endlessly, Young said. Well then. I guess it's now your time to have the childhood you never got, Deku said. Excuse me, Young asked. I'm gonna pamper you, Young Xiaolong, to give you the best childhood you never got, Deku said. Remnant to Deku. What brought this on, Young asked. You clearly have no intention to stop this. So I want to give you the chance to relax and be a kid again. Even if it's only for a couple hours, Deku said. That's sweet of you, but Young said. No buts. You need to relax a bit and enjoy letting go. Just like you allowed Ruby to. I'll take care of anything that might come your way, Deku said. Deku then began to leave the mess hall. But I can take care of myself. I'm not some princess, Young said quietly. Young then blushed as she thought about it. Sunday. Day 63. I'm so not prepared for this, David said. David was in Vale by himself as he was going to meet Bella. He had his scroll on a call with his teammates. As a directly involved party, I inform you that you're way too young to start having performance issues, Evelyn said. Maybe he needs a defragmentation, Penny asked. What, David said. What indeed? A vacation. What a silly lapsus, Penny said, and then hiccuped. Ignore them, David. You'll be fine, Deku said. You should probably get off your scroll, David. We'll always be close by, don't worry, Jack said. Thanks, but it's not my physical health I'm worried about, David said. David, just relax. If you think about how you can screw up, Deku said. Self-fulfilling prophecy, David said. You don't have to get all the answers to everything today, silly. Just make one step at a time. As always, Evelyn said. I can understand you may be restless after Professor Peach's lesson. But you need to pace yourself, Penny said. I just want to understand, David said. Moo. Finding out that you're not even a year old didn't bother you this much, Evelyn said. I know, right? I feel kind of silly. Anyway. She's here. Wish me luck, David said. Bella then met up with David. Hi. Big brother, Bella said. Hi Bella. How are you, David asked. I'm alright, thank you. And you, Bella asked. I'm fine, David said. So, shall we go? I'd like to have some ice cream today, Bella said. Ice cream sounds good, David said. I know a place, Bella said. Howard was currently in Vale out of a bar called Crowbar. And I have to admit she's got a point, Howard said. Indeed she does, Weza said. So, are we going to stop this, Howard asked. No, Weza said. May I ask why, Howard asked. The objective has changed, Howard, Weza said. I figured. To what, Howard asked. Right now it's simple interaction, Weza said. Interaction, Howard said. Yes. We are to interact with our target in a number of ways, first of which is, of course, Bella's little playdates. And the fallout that will follow, Weza said. Weza. Did the priorities shift? Howard asked. Always so perceptive, Howard said. The flame is now less important than the container, Howard asked. His semblance would hasten our plans, but, no. To determine his importance, we need more data. Which is why we need to expose the subject to multiple stimuli, Weiss said. And what if he dies in the process? Howard asked. Then my theory about him was wrong and the boss still gets the flame. Either way, win-win, Weiss said. Bella and David had gone to the market and got some ice cream. It's good, isn't it? Bella asked. Very much. Thanks for showing the place to me, Bella, David said. Oh, you're very welcome, Bella said. David was starting to wonder why Bella wasn't throwing herself at him and not saying anything weird. Bella, is something wrong? David asked. Huh? What do you mean, big brother? Bella asked. Well, you're acting more controlled than usual. I was wondering if maybe something was worrying you, David said. So you noticed? There's nothing wrong, big brother. I just wanted to show you that I can be a good girlfriend. I know I can be a bit overbearing at times. And maybe impulsive. But I wanted to show you that for you, I can control myself, Bella said. I very much appreciate it, Bella. Thanks. I'm really enjoying myself, David said. You are? Bella asked. Yes. Spending time with you, doing normal stuff instead of, well, what we did so far whenever we met each other. I really like this. Thanks for being so thoughtful, Bella, David said. Big brother. Big brother, I was thinking, Bella said. What is it? David asked. Would you like to come see our apartment? Bella asked. Evelyn had been listening in on David's and Bella's conversation. That little minx, Evelyn said. What is it, Evelyn? What did she say? Penny asked. She invited him back to her place, Evelyn said. Really? That's great, Jack said. What do you mean that's great? Propositioning my boyfriend like. Sorry, I mean our boyfriend like that, Evelyn said. I really doubt David wants to take her up on that offer, but finding out where they are staying is a great opportunity for us, Deku said. Indeed. But before that, there's something else to take care of, Penny said. You mean the place where you're staying at with Thiller and Howard and Weiss? David asked. Wait, how do you know about Weiss, big brother? Bella asked. Well, David said. Oh, who cares? He's out of the house anyway, Bella said. He is? David asked. Yes, and so are Thiller and Howard. It would just be you and me, Bella said. So, I don't have to worry about anyone wanting to kidnap me? David asked. It wouldn't be even if they were there, big brother, Bella said. As David and Bella went to her apartment, Penny, Deku and Evelyn had gone to stop Thiller from following, who had been also watching over David and Bella. Well, you were actually right, Penny. Here she is, Evelyn said. There was a very high chance of her being close by, considering her display of her protectiveness for Bella, Penny said. Move, Thiller said. Nah, Evelyn said. I won't say it a third time, move, Thiller said. And we won't say no a third time either, Deku said. Thiller, it's alright. David won't be giving in to Bella's precocious propositions, Penny said. That's exactly the problem, Thiller said. Huh? What does that? Penny asked. Thiller then attacked the three. Bella and David had now arrived at the apartment. Rent on this must be high, David said. I don't know about that. But money has never been a problem, Bella said. Really? Where does it come from? David asked. I don't really know. It's something to do with dust, but I don't really care about the details. Let me show you around, Bella said. Sure, David said. David made sure to leave the front door ajar so that the others could get in. The two were now out on the balcony. "Wow, I didn't realize we were so high up," David said. "At night it's even better. You can see all the lights of Main Street and it's so peaceful," Bella said. "Sounds romantic," David said. It kinda is, yes. Although I've never watched the scenery with anyone. Well, except Thilla, but she doesn't count," Bella said. "About Thilla, I was wondering. What's your relationship like?" David asked. "Me and Thilla. Why do you want to know?" "It's not important," Bella said. "Of course it is. It's one of your relationships," David said. "Huh? What do you mean, big brother?" Bella asked. Jack then entered the apartment. "Great job, partner. Hopefully Deku, Evelyn and Penny can keep Thilla occupied," Jack thought. "Dates are supposed to be occasions to discover more things about each other, no? And your relationships with the people around you are important parts who you are," David said. "So? Big brother wants to know more about me," Bella said. "So? Who's Thilla to you?" David asked. "To tell the truth, big brother, I don't really know," Bella said. "You don't know? Meaning you can't put into words?" David asked. "Not exactly. If I had to describe her, I'd call her an obsessive, bothersome, but useful extra limb," Bella said. "That's not exactly flattering," David said. "For as long as I can remember, she's always been there," Bella said. "For as long as you can remember? You mean since you were born?" David asked. "I don't remember the first years of my life. In my first memory, Thilla is already there," Bella said. "So? You grew up together?" David asked. "In a sense. She's only a few years older than me, after all," Bella said. "Maybe she thinks of you as a little sister. She seems protective of you," David said. "That's what I meant by bothersome." "Big sisters are no good anyway," Bella said. "Big sisters are no good?" David asked. "They always let you down in the end." "But you'll never let me down, will you, big brother?" Bella asked. "Bella, what exactly do you expect from me?" David asked. I want you to come with me," Bella said. "Come with you? You mean you want me to come to your group willingly?" David asked. "It'll be okay. I won't let them hurt you. With you by my side, no one will ever be able to hurt us again." "No one on Remnant," Bella said. "Bella, who wants to hurt you?" David asked. "With my semblance and yours, big brother. Not even the boss could tell us what to do," Bella said. "You know about my semblance?" David asked. "Howard told us. And that's when I understood that. We're made for each other. Your semblance that lets you share your aura. And my semblance that gets more powerful the more aura I possess. It's fate. You're who I've always wished for," Bella said. "Your semblance?" David asked. Should I show you the rest of the house?" "I've only showed you the balcony so far, silly me," Bella said. Yeah. I guess we're going back inside," David shouted. "Why are you shouting?" Bella asked. There was a truck passing by below. I thought it would be too noisy," David said. "Big brother, you're so silly," Bella said. Penny, Evelyn and Deku had been struggling to fight Thilla. "Hey. Teammates of mine," Evelyn said. "Yes, Evelyn," Penny asked. "Is it me? Or is she getting faster and faster and faster?" Evelyn asked. "She is," Deku said. "You had no chance of keeping me here forever," Thilla said. "We'll see about that," Deku said. "But you delayed me here long enough. And for that, I'll never forgive you," Thilla said. Deku then used Black Whip to wrap up Thilla. This did nothing to stop her. She ran at Penny and Evelyn with incredible speed, also pulling Deku off his feet. Penny and Evelyn were barely able to dodge Thilla, though the same couldn't be said for Deku. Deku crashed into the girl, bringing them all to the ground. Ow 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 ow. I barely reacted to her in time, Evelyn said. I wish could have reacted fast enough to disengage Black Whip, sorry, Deku said. Gee. I don't think I've ever seen someone move so fast. Not even you, Deku. Wait. No, I have, Penny said. Hey. Who do you mean, Deku asked. Jack, Penny said. You're right, but what does this have to do with her? I'll explain later. Right now we should get up, Penny said. I don't know. I kind like to position I'm in, Evelyn said. What do you, Deku said. Deku then noticed where his hands were. His left hand had gone under her shirt and was touching one of her large boobs, while his right hand was up Penny's skirt on her butt. Evelyn. Not the time, Deku shouted. I like where your hand is, Penny said. Not you too, Deku shouted. Meanwhile, Jack was currently hiding in the bathroom. Can't believe crouching behind the couch worked. Thank the gods Bella isn't exactly aware of her surroundings. And now I'm hiding in the bathroom. If it wasn't a serious situation, I'd, Jack said. Bella, no. Get off, David shouted. Partner, Jack asked. A few minutes earlier Bella had taken David into her room. And this is my room, Bella said. It's nice, but it doesn't really have any signs of you living here, you know. I guess you're not a poster and stuffed toys kind of girl, are you, David asked. Bella didn't respond. Hello. Remnant to Bella, David asked. We're finally here, big brother, Bella said. Bella, David asked. Big brother, Bella said. Bella then pushed David onto her bed. What the? Bella, David shouted. I'm sorry, big brother. I've never. Let me help you with that, Bella said. Let go of my jacket. No, David said. This is enough, right? It's enough, Bella said. Bella, no. Get off, David shouted. With this, I will. Things will finally change, Bella said. Bella, what the fuck are you doing, David shouted. This is how your semblance works, right? We need to do this before, right, Bella asked. What, David said. At the match, I noticed. You had the same eyes as that harlot. And then you could foresee the beret bitch's movements, like the bunny hoarded to Howard. That was your semblance, Bella said. I don't, David said. Oh, big brother. We'll be so strong. We'll be so free, Bella said. Bella, I said no. Get off. Don't touch me. No. Bella, I don't want this, David shouted. Jack then burst in. What, Bella said. Get away from him, you bitch, Jack shouted. Why? Why must you always get in the way, you useless whore, Bella shouted. Thilothy appeared in a flash, knocking Bella out cold. Leave, Belinda. You and your partner, Thilla said. You don't need to tell us twice, Jack said. My sentiments exactly, David said. David quickly grabs his jacket before he and Jack quickly left. I didn't make it in time. I'm sorry, Bella, Thilla cried. Team Jade had returned to their dorm room. David was in the shower, he could still feel her hands over his body. David then exited the bathroom to see Jack and Penny in the main room. So? That sucked, David said. How are you feeling, David, Penny asked. I'm not okay. But I will get there, David said. This is all my fault, Jack said. Jack, no, Penny said. Partner, don't even try to take the blame for this, David said. I'm your leader, partner. Who else should, Jack asked. We kind of all agreed on this plan, stupid. I knew there was going to be some risk involved when I agreed. Granted, not in my wildest dreams did I think she would try to sexually assault me, but who the hell could have foreseen it? That girl is twisted. This wasn't anyone else's fault but hers, David said. All right. Then, might you try and get this through someone else's skull, Jack asked. You mean Penny, David asked. Jack shakes her head and points to the balcony. David sees a figure huddled over in a corner hugging his knees. And where is Izuku, David asked. In the kitchen, Penny said. Is he like Evelyn, David asked. No. He's not as upset as Evelyn. Not that doesn't mean, Penny said. Penny, I think he understands what you meant, Jack said. He's just sitting at the table, Penny said. Okay. I'll deal with our resident Bun Bun. Penny, can you deal with Izuku, David asked. Affirmative, Penny said. David then went out onto the balcony. Was it for nothing, Penny asked. No. It wasn't. I managed to get something from the apartment. Also, there's something extra I caught, Jack said. About Thiller, Penny asked. How do you know, Jack asked. Her semblance gave me a hint. But we should discuss this later with everyone present, Penny said. Penny then entered the kitchen. She saw Deku sitting on a chair at the table, his elbows were on the table and his hands were on his forehead. Hey. Izuku, Penny said. Hello, Penny, Deku said. You know full well this wasn't your fault or any of us, Penny said. I know. But we still played a part, Deku said. What do you mean, Penny asked. We delayed Thiller from stopping Bella before it was too late, Deku said. But we couldn't have possibly known that Bella was going to do that. We all thought that Thiller would break up the date and stop us from getting any information, or even kidnap David right then and there, Penny said. That may be truth, but what exactly does that change, Deku said. Nothing, Penny said. And we made jokes about it and said he'd be alright, Deku said. We didn't plan for this kind of outcome. It was just supposed to be a date, Penny said. I wish I could have taken his place, Deku said. No. Don't say that. You should not think that. No one should want to be sexually assaulted for someone else, Penny said. Not that. David told us how strong she was despite her size. If I was in his place, I could have kept her off, Deku said. Shut up, Penny yelled. Penny, Deku asked. There's no way to tell if you would be strong enough. Thiller was too fast for you. So, what's to say Bella wasn't stronger than you, Penny said. I hate how right you are, Deku said. Well, we can't have that, can we, Penny said. Penny then kissed Deku on the lips. I love you, Penny, Deku said. I love you too, Izuku, Penny said. Penny and Deku then entered a period of kissing and cuddling. A while later everyone got ready for bed. It was decided that David would sleep alone in Evelyn's bed for tonight, while Penny, Deku and Evelyn slept in the double bed. During the night Deku felt something on his body. At this point in time he knew it was Evelyn. Evelyn. Please. Now is not the, Deku said, opening his eyes. Deku was met with the sight of Evelyn's full naked body. Evelyn was grinding and bouncing on Deku, making her boob jiggle. Time, Deku said. Evelyn then bent down, shoving her lips on Deku's. I want you to fuck me. Fuck me till my brain is mush, Evelyn said through the kisses. Evelyn shoved her tongue down Deku's mouth. Deku tried to speak, but he couldn't. Deku also couldn't breathe and was slowly running out of air. He had to think of something to stop her. He then remembered that Evelyn rabbit ears were very sensitive. He then quickly and firmly grabbed Evelyn's ears, stopping her from kissing him, but it caused her to let out a loud moan. Realizing what had happened, Deku quickly removed his hands from her ears while Evelyn covered her mouth. Hey. What's the big deal with grabbing my ears? Evelyn asked. What's the deal with you wanting me to fuck your brains out? Deku asked. Oh. I'm so sorry, Evelyn said. Is this about what happened? Deku asked. Partly. Honestly, I just want to feel good and forget this day, Evelyn said. That's understandable, I guess, Deku said. The second part is that I'm tired of waiting for you to be ready. Now, I know I shouldn't be saying this considering what just happened, but I want you. I want to make love to the sweet and cute, but also ripped as hell boyfriend I fell in love with, Evelyn said. I may have put that of a bit too far, sorry, Deku said. No. It's fine. I'm just a horny bunny, that's all, Evelyn said. You are much more than just a horny bunny. You're also a smoking hot sexy bunny, Deku said. Or so does that mean we can, Evelyn asked. No, Deku said. But why? Don't you want my big tits around your cock and using my mouth to make you come on my face and tits and then you grab hold of my fat plumply ass and thighs as you fuck me, silly, Evelyn asked. Well, why, that does sound very enticing. As my body is clearly showing. I'm not comfortable doing here with the others, Deku said. But me and David have been doing it here. You must have heard us. What's so different from listening to making the noise, Evelyn asked. But a first time is supposed to be special and intimate. You didn't fuck David on the dance floor at the club, did you, Deku asked. No, I guess you have a point. So if we end up alone together, you'll do me, Evelyn asked. In our room or a suitable alternative? Yes, Deku said. Good enough for me. But for now, Evelyn said. Evelyn then latched her lips into Deku's. Deku gave in and kissed Evelyn back. As the two passionately kissed each other, Evelyn moved Deku's hands around her body. Just giving you a teaser for the best time of your life, Evelyn said.